you can always listen to the interpretation. If you're online, you can choose one for Ukrainian and two for English. So for those participants who are online, you can always select the proper channel for your convenience. And secondly, dear colleagues, our today's agenda, can we show the next slide, please? As you can see, this is the first activity, but we plan at least two more that will be dedicated to EUDR. And between those, we're going to have meetings of experts that will help us build the roadmap and think about implementation of this in Ukraine. This is a big challenge for the Ukraine's economy and overall for the whole nation. This is why we're trying to seek tools to implement that properly. Hopefully, all the participants will be actively engaged in this process. Let's go to the next slide. Of course, I think you're aware of the agenda, but just to keep you focused on the timeline, we're going to start with welcoming remarks. Probably around 10:45, we're going to have the first session, and we're going to discuss on the EUDR merit-based approach and how it is going to be regulated in Ukraine. We're going to have lunch between 1 and 2 p.m. And then after, we're going to have the second session, which is going to discuss the EUDR's impact on the Ukraine's agenda. And then from 4:15 to 4:30, we're going to have conclusions and questions and answers. Hopefully, everybody will last till the very end of our activity. And we're going to discuss with you the EUDR agenda and how it affects Ukraine. Right now, it is my pleasure to give the floor to the welcoming remarks to Oleg Bondarenko from the Ukraine's parliament. Thank you.
Пане Олеже, де вам зручно? Раз. Чутно?
Can you hear me? Yeah, we can. Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues. I want to thank you for this opportunity, and this is a great honor for me to open this session today. And before we move to the discussion items, I would like to remind you that our country is being shelled by the enemy every day. Every single day, dozens, if not hundreds of people die in this country. So before the beginning of our meeting, I'd like to announce the minute of silence to commemorate those who died due to the war.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Шановні колеги, тематика сьогоднішнього
Dear
засідання
colleagues, the topic of our today's discussion is, on the one hand, extremely important for our nation, and it is difficult too, while on the other hand, it is really sensitive, both for the whole nation, the society and business, as well as for the legislators. Undoubtedly, deforestation and degradation of forests in our country have been there even before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And this has always been a natural process. Unfortunately, the whole world has been facing climate change challenges. And this is an ongoing process, and unfortunately, what we can see that all the efforts from the global nations have not yet led to radical change, and they failed to prevent climate change a lot. But I think unfortunately, despite all the united efforts over the last 50 years, in the future, we're gonna see an absolutely different condition of the soils and climatic zones, forests, and wood, as well as the agriculture. All that has been changing, and this is leading to the new conditions for the living of human beings and animals, doing business. I mean, doing business in terms of forest farming. This has been affected a lot on Ukraine, and actually due to the full-scale invasion, because there are so many fires in the forests due to hostilities. And just because we do not have access to some of the forests and we cannot serve them properly, and they perish as well, all those factors, unfortunately, um, get multiplied, and this does not support that the Ukrainian forests are provided with good, sufficient. So deforestation and degradation of forests is still underway. Some more factors for deforestation, unfortunately, require immediate interference. This is trenches. Just because we are fortifying our nation, this causes even more deforestation. We can hardly see new forests growing on those lands. Some of the forests are changed from farming to other activities just because we're building roads, and sometimes this is about um, installing the power grid lines, and this, of course, is not contributing to forested area. This is causing deforestation and leads us to the state that in a certain period of time, we're going to feel more and more those effects from the climate change and all the changes that are taken by the environment that we will unfortunately not be able to recover. All the people in the room here understand and realize what this may lead to. Forests, and we're not only saying about the Carpathian forests, and actually the ancient, I mean, older forests, I mean, even the oldest ones, but we are still trying hard to try to preserve those forests, including the primary ones. Thanks to the initiatives on behalf of the European Union, we're going to be able to actually put some system and unity into this framework. Yes, we're going to be listening to the EUDR practices. It is a challenging one, and it is quite difficult to implement for the forest farming as well as for agriculture and other activities that may affect manufacturing, production of materials, and therefore there's going to be impact, certainly, from EUDR implementation. Right now, it is implemented outside the Ukraine's territory, and but hopefully we're going to join the European Union quite soon, and then it's going to be, of course, having an impact on what is produced in Ukraine. Yes, those regulations are difficult and challenging, but we need to keep going forward towards the EU acquis. We need to adapt our legislation in line with the EU legislation. We need to change the rules, approaches, and also make sure we are implementing the proper oversight mechanisms. This is the process that we have to be engaged in without even waiting for our legislative efforts. Hopefully, this activity is going to be one of those that is going to create a foundation to create different legislative initiatives, and hopefully those legislative initiatives will be balanced, high quality, and combined with the existing law to create proper mechanisms to find a proper balance between government, civil society, business, and this is going to give us an opportunity to, on the one hand, continue our forest farming, produce forest-related products, and get revenue for our country's budget. And on the other hand, this is going to help us retain and maintain our forests and follow the European rules. Thank you. Hopefully, this is just one of the many activities, and over the next months, we're going to see that the follow-up activities and events will lead us to new initiatives that are going to be successful. Thank you, Oleg. I think to facilitate our participants, I'm going to move right here so that it is more convenient for other speakers to take the floor. Some of the colleagues of ours are still on the road, on the way. This last night was quite challenging, and this has caused a lot of logistical and transportation related problems. Some of the colleagues are getting late. I'd like to jump actually to the other speakers, but this should not mean that the speakers we intended to actually include into this agenda are not speaking. Yes, they are speaking, but a little bit later. Right now, I'd like to give the floor to Pierre Gauthier. Please, Pierre. From FAO Ukraine. I can hardly hear you, Pierre.
Hello, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yep.
So, but I don't speak very well Ukrainian yet, but since I'm still working on it. I will be very brief because today the objective is to you discuss among you and to have the discussions. First, I want to underline the fact that we are discussing that today you have the representations of the associations of wildlife environment and all the associations in Ukraine for the defense of environment on one side. You have the government and the technical agencies supporting the government, like FAO and the ministry, of course. And you have the business association here, which is represented. I think it's a very good already an achievement that you're all being around the table to discuss a bit technique. You may not all be on the same floor, on the same agreements, but the fact that you're sitting here today is a very important thing. Maybe just maybe 1 second to explain what is FAO. I think that maybe not everybody in this assembly knows specifically what is FAO. FAO is a technical agency of the United Nations. So our job is to support the countries all over the world in order to develop a certain number of things. You hearing about the food, you're hearing about the agricultural productions, but we are also in fishery, in forestry, in soil science, and a number of other elements on environment. So as FAO, we're covering a very large mandate. We are present in a large number of countries everywhere in the world in order to support governments, farmers, and professionals, but also populations in order to live better in a more sustainable way. The mandate of FAO in forestry is very clear. We want to support you to have a more sustainable, inclusive, and transparent management of your forest. That's the objective we're trying to support. That's why we are here today. The element I want to explain also is, for us, discussing with our colleagues, the technical colleagues, The EUDR that you're going to discuss today is absolutely strategic. That's not something which is going to stay in the shelves on any resolutions. It's really going to have a lot of concrete incidents directly on the business of forest in Ukraine. And that's something that's very important, to the point that a lot of countries that you are also importing wood from woodcraft from Ukraine are also in need to discuss with you, and in need to discuss and in need to agree. Today, if we are not going to have an agreement, if you're not progressing around the EUDR, it will be a number of activities going to be stopped. I mean, if I understand well, there is $2.2 billion in Ukraine was made around the wood, the wooden product, wooden craft. If the EUDR is not put in the right way, then this may be seriously affected. It's also going to affect the population, the people working in the business, including you, but a number of other people. We estimate, I think, it's 200,000 Ukrainians working in this sector. So this is the direct importance for you. So that's why today I don't want to spend too much time explaining you what you know already, but I want just to underline the fact that your discussion right now are very important, because the ministry has to bring on the table a concrete proposal and a concrete resolution in order to maintain the business and to have this business not affected by this part, but on the contrary, taking it as an opportunity. So as FAO, we are very happy, together with the Ministry of Environment, together with the colleagues from WWF, sorry for my difficulty to say it, to help you and to organize this workshop. This is not just one standalone workshop. Next week, we're going to go to Praga in order to discuss with different entities and neighboring countries, including, so of course, with the Czech Republic, but not only, there's a number of other countries, and we're going to go supporting the ministry to negotiate, to see how the neighboring countries who want to support Ukraine can concretely also support the forest sector in Ukraine. FAO developed a strategy, it's accessible, you can look at it. The objective for us is to support what you want as Ukrainian in terms of forestry organization in the future. We are very glad to be here. We stay here. We're not going to move anywhere, and we're going to support you until you reach what you want to do in the country. So thank you very much for today. Of course, I'm not a forester. I'm an agronomist, zootechnician. So it's I'm discovering with you, but I was used to work on forestry or to help my colleagues. But you have all my colleagues here, and I know you know more of them. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Дякую, П'єр. Було дуже приємно.
Thank you, Pierre. It was very nice to hear you. And let us move all the way to the list. Like my colleague has said, an important thing is to find the balance between government agencies, civil society, and business. This is why we would like to actually move to one of the most important actors. Vasil, see, you're trying to confuse me. Of course, let's go back to government agencies. And please, are you going to be quick? Quick, yeah. You see, difference. Can I please introduce yourself? Not everybody knows you. This is a real Deputy Minister of Economy. Thank you so much. I'm not even a forester, much less than here. I know very little about forests, but I'm gonna handle this. Even before the war, before 2014, forests were one of the development drivers for Ukraine, but with a large-scale invasion, full-scale invasion, this area has faced a lot of challenges. And moving from challenges to opportunities, if I'm wrong, please correct me. Maybe that's something it's not to be done. Speaking about forests, with a view to full-scale aggression and hostilities that affect forests, we can talk about so many challenges right now. Because forests are used to build fortifications. Forests suffer from combat because there are wildfires, and not only wildfires, but also man-caused ones. And also, there is poor access to forests because they are very much contaminated with mines in some of the areas. Right now, we do not have a clear picture about what's the total area of forest that is not available at the moment. They have to be examined, they have to be demined, mine cleared, etc., to understand what are the resources that we're able to use and which areas are not available for. So first of all, we need to describe, to map all the forests that are available and that are not. And speaking about the challenge in a broader context, not only about forests, but something else, we have to definitely face another challenge that after combat, some of the areas will not be available for agriculture or any other activity just because they are destroyed, the soils are poor due to shelling and missile attacks, and there are chemical and mine contaminations as well. In this context, I have an idea. Maybe we could use those areas to forest them. In case this is not available for foresting, then we can actually use it for, and if there's no recovery opportunity or not possible for people to come back, then possibly it is worth to forest those areas. Just use it as forest and then use it accordingly. This is an opportunity to actually hit two targets with one shot. At least if we are foresting those areas that border on Russia, it's going to be much better and much more difficult for Russians to invade in case they want to. The Ministry of Economy has developed a demining strategy, and over the next 10 years that this strategy is intended for, we're going to be pursuing the same, so to say, vision. If there's good reason to think this way, let's work together with FAO and other international organizations to forest those areas that in the first view are challenging, but actually they can be quite promising. Thank you. Thank you, Igor. For business, this is a very important issue, and the number of associations that are represented here is the best evidence of that. And wood sales contributed to 1% of the GDP before the full-scale invasion, so the economic issue is directly affected by the current situation. So I would like to encourage the colleague of ours from the European Union, and this is the operations and agriculture manager from the EU delegation to Ukraine. Please, Ben Hell, sector manager for land, agriculture, forestry, and food safety. Please.
Thank you very much. Sorry for being late. I've been with Minister Solsky discussing other issues than forestry, as you may imagine. Thank you for coming. I'm extremely honored to be able to have this very short introductory remark on behalf of the European Union delegation to Ukraine for this very important event. This is, I think, the second or the third, no, the second event in a row. I think it will be followed next week by another event that will take place in Praga, where you will also basically have the pleasure to discuss about forestry issues. The European Union has been supporting the forestry sector alongside other agricultural areas for the past 6, 7, 8 years, with a particular focus basically on the implementation of the EU acquis in the sector, which are obviously less demanding I would say then under different other chapters, like chapter 11 for agriculture and rural development, and chapter 12 for sanitary and phytosanitary issues. But they are all the more also important in view of basically the importance of the sector for the Ukrainian economy. Today, we decided basically to address, because you have one part of these acquis are the EU timber regulations, and today we decided to address the new regulations that is slowly implemented in the European Union.
Ben, sorry for interrupting. Can you be a little bit slower? Our interpreters cannot run with you. Yeah, thanks.
No problem. Did you hear what I say? Okay, I will try to speak slower. So basically, the regulation on deforestation are exponentially important, notably for third countries that trade wood and wood products with the European Union. And I'm extremely happy that Mr. Lovasi, from my colleague from DG Environment, will join us later this morning in order basically to address the philosophy and the content of the deforestation regulation, but also the potential impact globally on third countries like Ukraine. Of course, Ukraine will need to develop after that first its own assessment of the impact the deforestation regulation can have on its domestic market, but also on its export market, especially to the European Union. And we'll assess also the range of legislation that will be requested to be amended in order to comply basically with these requirements. So that's why an event like this kickstarts a little bit the process. It's just the first step. And we count basically on the commitment of the government of Ukraine, notably the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Natural Resource, but also the state agency on forest management in Ukraine, to basically conduct this assessment and to implement and develop the required legislation in order to come in compliance with these requirements. This is an area for which the European Union is committed to support the government of Ukraine. We have already several projects that are currently being implemented, including a technical assistance project directly managed by the European Union delegation, but also our colleagues from FAO, implementing basically a project of which forestry is an important component of. And these two projects will work hand in hand in order to support Ukrainian institutions in developing basically the analysis and develop the legislation that is required and support its implementation. I'm happy also compared to December, when we had a similar event on forestry organized also by our colleagues from FAO. I could not basically announce the establishment of the facility. This is something that is done. You know that since the 1st of March, after the council meeting of the 1st of February, the Ukrainian facility has been established with 50 billion that have been committed, under which one part is dedicated to technical assistance, which is the famous Pillar 3. And this technical assistance will be used in the future in order to support Ukraine in aligning with the European Union acquis in the different areas. We have 35 chapters out of which forestry will not be forgotten. So we are committed basically to continue over the years to provide the technical assistance that is required by Ukraine, including for basically adapting its legislative framework to the EU deforestation regulation. I will stop there because I think my colleague is online, I hope. And we will, I hope, enter into the heart, the core of the subject. Thank you again. I wish you a fruitful event, and thank you again for your kind assistance.
Дякую, Бене. Thank you, Ben. Перед тим, як перейдемо до колеги...
Thank you, Ben. Before we move to Ben's colleague, we have two more interventions. We're a little bit late, but hopefully we're going to catch up a little bit later with the agenda that has been proposed. Right now, I'd like to give the floor to another organization, Ananda Punja, responsible for FSC International. Is there any chance to connect
I'm here.
online?
Прошу його на екран вивести, щоб бачили всі присутні.
Please, the floor is yours, Anand.
Good morning. Dobry ranok. That's about the state of my Ukrainian. So thank you for having me here today. I will keep it short and sweet. I'm here based in London, so I'm dialing in from London, and my role is Chief Engagement and Partnerships Officer for FSC. I've been supporting our work on EUDR from the partnership engagement perspective, and that's really what I really want to build on what Ben said, and the agenda of the organizations organizing this forum today. Ben talked about earlier today working together, and you see it in the agenda, moving forward together. Our strapline is also forests for all, forever. And that's really the message I really want to talk about today. It's about working in partnerships more effectively to build momentum and to work together across value chains, in countries, across countries, to really understand how we can make this regulation a success. The forestry world in particular has good experience with the EU timber regulation, of course, in this area. However, this will really the learning that has been made from that over the 10 years has really been put into the law, into the new version of the EUDR, and we are working tirelessly across the world, from our different country offices to my colleagues in Bonn, to us in other parts of the world, to look at how we can build partnerships, just like FSC Ukraine are doing in Ukraine with FAO, with WWF, with the delegation of the EU, to make this regulation a success. Over the period of globalization in particular, let's say a longer period, there has been a way of working that is much more transactional, and we need to move back to a more relational way of working. And I do believe that the due diligence aspects of EUDR can really enable that, can really help us build partnerships, build transparency along supply chains and value chains, and not just the upstream end of a value chain providing data to downstream, but also for upstream players in a value chain to get more transparency, to get more understanding of where the wood, the materials, the fiber, the non-timber forest products that are responsibly produced in their forests, where they end up, in which supply chains and which products, and how they are valued. And for ultimately, what we want to see in FSC is for the forest stewards of the world, the people closest to the forest, to get more value for the work they do on the ground in managing forests responsibly. And the EUDR can really play a big part in them. Given that we're a little bit short on time, I will leave my message there. I'll be hanging on for another half an hour or so, but otherwise I'll be disappearing. So if there are any questions for me, I would be happy to take some in the next half an hour, 40 minutes or so as well. I wish this forum a success, and I know that the FSC Ukraine team are there on the ground, providing a full range of services and tools to work in partnership with the organizations I mentioned and the businesses in Ukraine to make the EUDR a success for Ukraine. Thank you.
Дякую, Ананд. І, власне, одразу переходимо до крайнього спікера з
Thank you,
відкриття.
Anand. And we're gonna move to the last speaker for the welcoming remarks. And it is my pleasure to actually give the floor to WWF-Ukraine. Konstantin, please be very concise. Yes, I will be concise. No worries about that. First of all, let me tell you that the WWF is happy to support today's activity. Our organization's mission is to create sufficient environment where human beings can live in comfort, in harmony with the nature, and undoubtedly forest is part of this agenda. From the standpoint of economic development, as well as from the standpoint of protecting our mother nature. Forests is one of the key areas for our organization. We've been working on reserving forests and creating the reserve funds. For instance, 33 hectares of old forests were conserved by our organization. We are working on legislative improvements as well. And in this context, EUDR looks very promising because at the end of this year, this regulation will come into force in the EU, and Ukraine will not have a lot of time to align itself with those regulations. Just because we need to understand, forestry is more than 1% of our GDP. This is 70,000 people who have their jobs around forests. But when we're talking about processing, furniture manufacturing, this is 130,000 people. I mean, jobs. So indeed, this is a very important issue for our state. Forests are about exports. That's why we have to implement EUDR. Forest waste can also be used for energy purposes. And waste is very important in the context of the war of aggression that Russia posed against Ukraine. This is an issue of our energy security. Forest is about recovery, and a forest is about material to help build fortifications against the enemy. So when we're talking about the post-war recovery of the nation, we have to be talking not only about wood available today or tomorrow. We have to say that our state, our nation has to have enough access to forests to provide for comfortable living of Ukrainians and everybody who stays in our marvelous country. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Konstantin. In some of the areas, I think you were not from the WWF, but from the ministry. But let's move to session 1, which actually focuses on EUDR. And I would like to give the floor to Gabor Lovashi, Policy Officer in the European Commission and Directorate General for Environment. Please, we're going to talk about universal values and environmental security. Gabor, are you with us?
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we hear you, but we don't see. One moment.
Confirm that I have turned on my camera.
No, now we see. Please switch on once more. Yeah, now we see you.
Great.
Please.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Gabor Lovashi. I work in the European Commission in DG Environment. And I'd like to thank you for organizing this very important and timely event, and also to invite me to present about the European Green Deal and how the deforestation regulation plays a role in the overarching policy, including the details of this measure, its implication, and the support the EU tabled to facilitate the preparation of all stakeholders within and outside the European Union, of course. It is a great honor to be here with you today. In just a moment, I will share my screen to start the presentation. Can you please confirm that you see it?
Yeah, we see it.
Great, great. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next slide, I will start my presentation with an overview about the European Green Deal. The planetary boundaries framework, a concept that scientists first discussed in 2009, identified 9 processes that have remained remarkably steady in the Earth system over the last 11,000 years. This includes a relatively stable global climate and an intact biosphere that have allowed civilizations based on agriculture to thrive. Researchers proposed that each of these processes has a boundary that, once crossed, puts the Earth system or substantial components of it at risk of upset. These 9 planetary boundaries are climate change, biodiversity loss, ocean acidification, ozone depletion, atmospheric aerosol pollution, freshwater use, biogeochemical flows of nitrogen and phosphorus, land system change, and release of novel chemicals. We have now crossed 6 of them and moved from a Holocene era to an Anthropocene era. The next decade will be characterized by environmental and societal crises driven by underlying geopolitical and economic trends. In 2023, cost of living crisis was ranked as the most severe global crisis over the next 2 years, peaking in short term. Biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse is viewed as one of the fastest deteriorating global risks over the next decade, and all the 6 environmental risks feature in the top 10 risks over the next 10 years. Regarding European Green Deal, the systematic approach is in line with the systematic thinking approach under sustainability theory, addressing the 3 planetary crises, namely the climate, the biodiversity, and the pollution, driven by excessive use of resources, and addressing the systems creating main environmental pressures in a holistic way, meaning mobility, energy, food, and buildings. The reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions is vital to slow the rate of global warming and mitigate its impact on our environment and on human health. The EU is a frontrunner in green ambition, with the European Climate Law setting the binding target to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 at the latest, and to reduce the net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% in 2030 compared to 1990. The EU has taken significant steps to fulfill these ambitions. Compared to 1990, net EU greenhouse gas emissions in 2021 had fallen by 30%, with prosperity significantly increased over the same period. This achievement includes emissions from international aviation and takes the carbon sink from the land use change, and forestry sector.
Please don't rush too much, because Ukrainian is 30% longer than English. Just like Hungarian.
Thank you, understandable. So the land use change and the forestry sector, known as LULUCF, into account. The reduction in net greenhouse gas emissions has primarily taken place within the past 2 decades, alongside a gradual strengthening of policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The overall decrease can be largely attributed to shifts in energy production methods, notably a significant decline in coal usage and growth in the adoption of renewable energy sources. Additionally, there has been modest reduction in total energy consumption and some substantial decreases in greenhouse gas emissions linked to a specific industrial production process, as documented earlier by the European Environmental Agency. I will cut a bit shorter for the sake of time. So looking back beyond 2030, the gap between the targets and the projected impact of current and planned measures is even wider. Taking into account the adopted and planned measures, net emissions are projected to reach a level of 60% below the 1990 levels in 2040 and 64% in 2050. This indicates the need for transformative policies across all sectors to reach climate neutrality. The chart you see on the screen is based on our domestic emissions, for example, those produced by our production and not from our consumption, including imports. We have reduced the emissions. It is also because we have, during a long time, delocalized the most polluting activities, for example, mining. This slide shows a Commission modeling on how to reach carbon neutrality in the long run. All sectors have to decarbonize, but there will be residual emissions from agriculture and hard-to-abate sectors like aviation, maritime transport, cement, and steel. These have to be compensated by carbon capture, either technological or by natural sinks. There are, however, some sectors called hard-to-abate, just like I mentioned, that can and must reduce their emissions, but will be unable to do it completely for physical reasons. For example, in the agriculture, cement, steel, where the production will always emit, even if emissions reductions are possible, or due to technical reasons, for example, in the aviation, in maritime transport, because there are no alternatives ready yet. These emissions have to be removed either through technologies or by natural carbon sinks. So reaching climate neutrality depends only on the decarbonization, but also on nature restoration to increase our carbon sinks. The problem is that in the EU, carbon sinks are going down. In some highly forested member states, in the Nordics and also in the Baltics, the land use sector is now emitting instead of removing the carbon. There are different reasons for this. For example, pests of bark beetle, age of forest stands, but also increasing socio-economic pressure on woody biomass that leads to more harvesting and non-sustainable practices to increase economies of scale like clear cuts or the conversion of forests into monoculture plantations, meaning degradation. In this Commission modeling of natural sinks, LULUCF is in dark green. These are rather stable. However, the ecosystems are under stress, cannot fulfill their role as carbon sinks, as do the healthy ecosystems. Therefore, the importance of restoring ecosystems, in particular wetlands, soil, and forests, are crucial. The EU's response to reach climate neutrality by 2050 is the Fit for 55 package. These proposals are connected and are complementary. We need this balanced package to ensure transition, which makes Europe fair, green, and competitive, sharing responsibility evenly across different sectors and member states, and providing additional support where appropriate. Just a couple of words. We have the EU emissions trading system, called as ETS. It puts a price on carbon and lowers the cap on emissions from certain economic sectors every year. To complement the substantial spending on climate in the EU budget, member states should spend their entirety of their emissions trading revenues on climate and energy-related projects. A dedicated part of revenues from the new system for road transport and buildings should address the possible social impact on vulnerable households, micro enterprises, and transport users. Member states also share responsibility for removing carbon from the atmosphere. So the regulation on land use, forestry, and agriculture sets an overall EU target for carbon removals by natural sinks. equivalent of 310 million tons of CO2 emissions by 2030. Several studies confirmed that more biodiverse forests are, the more multifunctional they are, productive, and deliver more ecosystem services, including carbon sinks and resilience. The EU forest strategy aims to improve this quality, the quantity, and the resilience of EU forests. It supports foresters and the forest-based bioeconomy while keeping harvesting and biomass use sustainable, preserving biodiversity, and setting out a plan to plant 3 billion trees across Europe by 2030. The Fit for 55 package, once implemented, will reduce the EU's total gas consumption by 30% by 2030. That means 100 billion cubic meters of gas that we will no longer need. The European Deforestation Regulation responds to the climate change and biodiversity loss driven by deforestation and forest degradation. To put into context why the regulation came to life, let me reiterate some important figures. In the last 30 years, we lost more than 400 million hectares of forest worldwide. This is an area larger than the European Union. Significant share of this forest loss was legal. 90% of it is provoked by the conversion of forest to agricultural land linked to a series of commodities. Deforestation and forest degradation are important drivers of the climate change. According to IPCC, 11% of greenhouse gas emissions are provoked by that, and also an important driver of biodiversity loss. The European Union is a major consumer of commodities associated with deforestation and forest degradation. Therefore, it took a measure to address this problem from the demand side. The Deforestation Regulation is part of a broader plan of actions to tackle deforestation and forest degradation, first outlined in the 2019 Commission communication to restore and protect the world's forest. The European Union pursues a comprehensive approach in which supply and demand side measures can complement each other. The Deforestation Regulation will ensure that the products that the European citizens buy, use, and consume do not contribute to the deforestation and forest degradation in the EU and also globally. Regarding the entry into application and the timeline of how the regulation came into life, following a provision of political agreement between the European Parliament and the Council on end of 2022, the EU regulation on deforestation-free supply chains was published in the official journal of the European Union on 9th of June last year and entered into force 20 days later on 29th of June. It will enter into application 18 months later, meaning the end of this year, and while the small and micro enterprises will enjoy 6 additional months of the transitional period. As of 30 December this year, only deforestation-free products, meaning produced on land that was not subject to deforestation and forest degradation after 2020, and legal products according to the laws of the country of origin will be allowed on the European market. Any shipment within the scope will need to be covered by a due diligence statement. Regulation relies on internationally backed definitions and specifically on the work of the UN FAO. Transparency and consistency with international commitments, such as halting deforestation under the Sustainable Development Goals, are other key principles enshrined in the regulation. The Deforestation Regulation establishes a strict traceability requirement, meaning that operators are required to collect precise geographical information, called as geolocation, on plots of land where the commodities that they source have been grown or have been produced. Under the Deforestation Regulation, commodities of unknown origin or commodities that have been mixed with commodities of unknown origin at any step of the supply chain are not allowed on the EU market anymore. The Deforestation Regulation covers both legal and illegal deforestation. The legality requirements of the regulation ensure that applicable laws in the country of production, including human rights and environmental obligations, are respected. The latter is similar to the obligations of the timber regulation, which is currently in application. The project scope of the regulation is based on a thorough impact assessment, which elaborated on those commodities where the EU measure can have the biggest impact to reduce global deforestation and forest degradation. The scope is progressive, which will be reviewed regularly. Obligations will apply irrespectively of whether commodities and products are domestically produced in the EU or are imported from a third country. This is in line with the principle of non-discrimination under the framework of the WTO organization. The deforestation regulation established a so-called cutoff date at the end of 2020, this means that no commodities and products in scope of the deforestation regulation will be allowed to be placed on the EU market if they produced on a land subject to deforestation or forest degradation after that date. The cutoff date corresponds to international commitments to halt deforestation, as, for example, included in the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDG target of 15.2, meaning to stop deforestation globally. The cutoff date also aims to minimize disruption for smallholders, as well as to facilitate implementation via satellite images. A country benchmarking system operated by the Commission will assign a risk level to countries, considering a range of objective criteria, in particular deforestation and forest degradation rates, and the rate of expansion of agricultural land of relevant commodities. This will be developed by the Commission based on the most recent available scientific data. Main criteria for the assessment that the Commission must carry out are the rate of deforestation, the rate of expansion of agricultural land for relevant commodities, and the production trends of those commodities. The assessment will result in 3 categories. Countries or parts thereof can be low, standard, or high risk of deforestation, and all countries will be standard risk by default. So unless they are considered to be low risk or high risk, they will remain in the standard risk category. Commodities produced in low-risk countries or regions will be subject to a simplified due diligence exercise, meaning operators will need to collect information, but not to perform the risk analysis and the risk mitigation legs of the 3 pillars of due diligence. On the other hand, commodities or products produced in high-risk countries will have the same, will be subject to the same due diligence exercise, but will be subject also to enhanced scrutiny, meaning that member states' competent authorities will need to conduct a higher level of inspections. The level of inspections the member states need to carry out are 9% of operators that are sourcing from high-risk areas, 3% from standard risk areas, and 1% from low-risk areas. The Commission will publish the risk of countries in an implementing act, and the first preliminary results will be available hopefully at the first half of this year. And if there is an indication that a country may be identified as a high risk, the Commission will engage in specific dialogue with the country concerned with an objective to reduce their level of risk. The updates on the methodology and the development will take place in a transparent, efficient, and objective manner. This will inter alia be done in the context of the multi-stakeholder platform, so there will be no surprises based on the criteria set out by the EUDR that apply equally to all countries inside and outside Europe, and no surprise will be announced as of a risk status. Now about the, as we are in the transitional period, we are focusing on the implementation. In the transitional period, the Commission is working full steam to facilitate the preparation of all stakeholders by the entry into application. These includes working on the frequently asked question document, on the guidance document, on the information system, stepping up cooperation with producer countries, and also other streams of work. I will talk about them in details in a minute. Regarding the frequently asked questions, the Commission has published the second version of this in December last year, and the work is ongoing on the third version. We hope that this can be published in the first half of April with further 30 questions compared to the 80 that's already published. The December updates covers clarification on traceability and due diligence obligations, on the definitions. There is a new section on the information system, information on relevant programs and partnerships, dialogue with third countries, among many other issues. The work on the guidance document is also ongoing. This is in close cooperation with the member states. This will consist of 11 topics to elaborate on different aspects of the regulation, such as definitions, what does legality mean, what is the product scope, what are the elements of the risk assessment and the negligible risk, what is the role of the third-party verification schemes, and also a section on the agricultural use. The guidance will provide valuable assistance for the operators on what is covered by different areas mentioned in the deforestation regulation to ease the task to conducting due diligence. The part on the agricultural use will also elaborate on certain definitions to ensure clear policy coherence with other EU acquis, just like the CAP regulation and the nature restoration law, for example. Regarding the information system, the development is ongoing, and the system will be a repository of the due diligence statements, whereby submitting such a statement, the operators and traders assume formal responsibility that they have conducted due diligence, and the conclusion was that no or negligible risk was found, so that they can place on the market or export the products in question. And these due diligence statements will contain the geolocation of the commodities that the operators and traders wishes to place on or export from the European market. Dedicated training will be available later this year, and the first pilot testing of the system completed at the end of January. So we are aligning the system based on the feedbacks of the pilot testers. Another important element is the EU Observatory. This is developed by our colleagues in GRC. This is a reference map for the global forest cover. This was presented at the end of last year as well, and this is now live. So I invite you to check it, because the feedback of the countries, also third countries, is very important to make this map more accurate. I need to mention that this map is only one tool that the operators or the competent authorities can use to elaborate whether their commodities are compliant with the regulation, meaning that this layer will show the forest layer of the cutoff date, so the end of 2020. But this map is non-compulsory to use. This doesn't have a legal value, and this is non-exclusive. So operators can use whichever map they see fit for the purpose to exercise due diligence. But this map is already available for all of them, including also for the competent authorities of the member states. And the accuracy of this map is around 80%, meaning that there are many false positives and also many false negatives. So your feedback on this map is very crucial to raise the accuracy of this map. But just like I mentioned, that in case something shows that it's coming from a forest land and this is a non-forest commodity, doesn't mean that this is non-compliant with the regulation. However, this can mean that further risk mitigation steps are needed to be conducted by the operator if they are sourcing from such lands. Regarding the cooperation with third countries, we are engagement in major consumer countries like China and USA, Australia, and I could name a few to allow them to have more knowledge about the regulation, just like with the other countries or producer countries. We are in political dialogue. We have active outreach by ourselves, by the EU delegations in third countries, by the member states. We have dedicated outreach projects in many of the third countries, and we gave regular briefings in multilateral fora, just like the WTO or the FAO, and just like we are doing here at the moment. We have the multi-stakeholder platform where all interested producer and consumer countries are invited, and all key sectoral associations are discussing relevant aspects of the regulation, including on smallholders, on traceability, or the general aspects of the regulation. With regards the impact on Ukraine of the regulation, the trade analysis shows that on annual average, Ukraine exports to the European Union estimation of €2.5 billion worth of products under the scope of the EUDR, around 75% of which is, of course, timber, and around 20% is soy, and the rest of the commodities fill up the rest 5%. The work with the stakeholders associations from different countries have pointed out that this regulation represents a number of opportunities to them, notably if accompanied with support measures focusing on producers, in particular smallholders. The main opportunities we hear from them are that owning geolocation data gives a stronger and more independent position in the value chain. The more transparent and traceable the value chain can help them to reach new markets and focus on the sustainability of their products. And focusing on deforestation-free production can be an incentive to get a better market price. They can also benefit from technical support or capacity building from business partners who depend on the information exchange under the deforestation regulation. And also the deforestation regulation is expected to increase the demand for deforestation-free products and strengthen the level playing field for producers working on deforestation-free supply chain. The Commission is also committed to support Ukraine in the implementation of broader policies. There is a currently ongoing region Eastern Partnership countries which tackle aspects of biodiversity and also the forest management. This is called the EU for Environment, Green Economy. The duration is 2019 to 2024. The total budget is 20 million euros. The contribution of the European Union is 19.5 million. The implementing partners are OECD, UNIDO, UNEP, UNECE, and the World Bank. This initiative aims to bring a higher level of environmental well-being for citizens in Eastern neighborhood. It is also helping to deliver further policy and legislative changes, making planning and investment greener. It will also promote better environmental governance, improved management of protected areas and forests, and also sustainable trade. There will be a future regional project which may offer also some possibilities. This is the recovery through circular economy and pollution reduction in the Eastern Partnership countries, called as EU for Green Recovery East. The total amount of the EU budget contribution is 20 million euros, and the commitment of the contribution to this action will be complemented by other contributions from Team Europe initiative partners. This action will include 5 components, one of which is the legislative alignment with the European Green Deal, including the relevant with Chapter 27 of the enlargement negotiations and facilitation of the accession process. At bilateral level, Ukraine is very welcome to make suggestions under the funds available under the Facility for Ukraine. for technical assistance and support aligning with the EU acquis, just like my colleague in the of the EU delegations mentioned before. And the first contact point should be, of course, the delegation in Kyiv. Ukraine is also welcome to use the TAIEX instrument, which can organize seminars, workshops, and study visits, also by member states experts on issues related to the EU legislation and the implementation of the European policies. Finally, Ukraine is a full-fledged member of the LIFE program, which opens also opportunities to financing projects also related to the forest. With that, I will conclude my presentation, and I'm very happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ovasi. Please stay with us. I think it's the most interesting part for our participants. Q&A. І, шановні колеги, зараз є можливість задати питання.
Dear colleagues, right now there is a chance to ask questions. For those who are offline, they can ask right here in the room. And if you're online, you can actually switch on the microphone and ask your question out loud. In case you're not available in the voice questions, you can type those questions in the chat. And if there are colleagues in the room who would like to ask the question, just wait a second while we are passing the microphone. I'm from the Forest Initiative's Forest.com. I have a question. Can you tell me, Gabor, if there is information how Ukraine stands in terms of the level of risks right now, as much as I understood the question?
Yes, the benchmarking exercise has just started.
Фактично, бенчмаркінг ми щойно розпочали. Sorry.
Please repeat.
Yeah, so the benchmarking exercise has just started, and it would be premature to tell anything because the methodology to assign the risk level is also under development. But just like I mentioned, the preliminary results will be ready hopefully by the first half of this year, which will allow the Commission to enter into dialogues with those countries that are considered to be high risk. But this is just an element. There will be no surprises in the multi-stakeholder platform meetings. The Commission will present also the preliminary results, and Ukraine is very much welcome to join the multi-stakeholder platform meetings. All it's needed is just to send from the government level an email that you are interested, and also a name of participants that can join that meeting. So just like other third countries, Ukraine is also very much welcome to join the multi-stakeholder platform and to keep up to date about the developments around the regulation.
Thank you. Ще є питання? Прошу.
Any more questions, please? Yeah, go ahead. Good morning. I'm from the State Forestry Agency. I have a question about the forest degradation issue as one of the regulations components. Today in Ukraine, more than 50% of forests are artificially created, and they are affected badly by the global climate change. One of the provisions in the regulation is the commitment to take measures to reduce forest degradation. Can you tell me, will there be any activities adopted by the European Union, like Ukraine does, to actually handle the issue of those forests that have been badly affected to avoid their degradation in the future? Will the European Union do also activities like Ukraine does today?
Yes, thank you for the question. The European Union addresses these questions within the European Union, and we are very happy that Ukraine is also taking steps. The guidance about the biodiversity friendly and nature friendly reforestation was published with several other guidances and guidelines for the European member states and the private stakeholders, forest owners, how to align in the best nature-friendly way their forest management practices. Also, there is the forest strategy of 2030 that will come up with a number of measures, including the forest monitoring framework, which is under discussion of the co-legislators, and hope that this will enter into force and application very soon. This will allow the European Union itself to align the forest monitoring measures and have cross-boundary results of the state of the forests, including their structure, their naturality, and their health, to allow measures to be taken place which can raise their naturality level, not to degrade them, not to allow the degradation of them, and raise their resilience overall. I hope this answered your question.
Шановні колеги, ще є питання?
Do you colleagues any more questions right now?
Є питання ще чи ні?
Any questions?
Колега шукає, хто з нашої офлайн-
While we are waiting for more questions from our offline audience, I'm going to ask one question from our online audience.
сертифікату, відповідь
There is an FSC certificate holder here, and they're asking, why
тому, що в українській
not
школі
united
прописано,
EUDR with
що
EUTR?
до вимог EUDR є достатньо фінансово
Because
складно.
Getting certified through EUDR is financially challenging for some of the actors. I think there's a question in the chat about this.
Yeah, thank you. So if I understood correctly, why the question is why the timber regulation is not united with the deforestation regulation. It is the deforestation regulation will repeal the timber regulation, while the structure and the functioning of the regulation will remain similar. So I understand that Ukraine and the forest producers, especially on the western parts in the Carpathians, are very much familiar with the timber regulation and the due diligence exercise. So because the European importers and the operators inside Europe are already asking for the documentation to prove legality of the timber harvest. Now, this will be repealed and further functions are added to the deforestation regulation, namely compared to the timber regulation, further legality obligations, and also to prove that the harvest doesn't induce degradation, and also it doesn't lead to deforestation as such. Further mean that the forest producers or timber producers have to prepare is to provide the geolocation coordinate or geolocation polygon of the production area of the commodity, because this the European operators have to submit in the information system, which is run by the European Commission. Regarding the certification, in the timber regulation, there was no such obligation to have any certification. This can, of course, help to fulfill the obligations, but already a number of certification schemes are aligning their approach with the deforestation regulation. They are improving significantly their policies to be able to help as much as possible for the certification owners and also the European operators and traders to ensure that that their products are compliant with the regulation. Nevertheless, the responsibility will lie with the operators and traders inside the union. So having a certification doesn't mean a green lane for the deforestation regulation, and it was the same in the timber regulation as such.
Thank you. Чи є ще питання? Прошу.
Ще одне
Any
питання.
more questions? I have a question from the State Forestry Agency. This is regarding deforestation.
Ви сказали, що буде створена
you were mentioning that there is an EU observatory that is going to monitor the deforested areas. And then on the basis of their scrutiny and their tracing, this is going to be one of the criteria for legality of harvesting, isn't it? What are going to be the criteria for instance, if we take, if those are temporarily deforested areas which are going to be forested in the future, I mean, there are, if we take the EUDR regulation, deforestation means only if you deforest the area and use it for agricultural purposes only. But what about those areas that are only temporarily cut, for instance, and then get forested again? So how would the EU observatory handle those options?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Just like I mentioned, the EU Observatory has around 80% of accuracy, which also means that such areas that are temporarily destocked due to, for example, a clear cut, but will be reforested later on and remain forest area are not considered as deforestation, whereas it can be marked as a non-forest land by the EU Observatory, simply because this can be a false negative. But the regulation clearly states that the temporarily unstocked areas remain forests, even though there is no tree cover and the area and the trees in the area haven't yet reached the 5-meter average height, just like the forest definition requires. But this will be also elaborated further on in the guidance document, which will give more information about the forest definition. And this approach is also aligned with the FAO definition of forest and the description of forests, which clearly states that the temporarily unstocked areas which are expected to recover by themselves or due to natural or due to reforestation are remaining forest areas, so these will never constitute a deforestation as such.
Дякую. Пане Вавасі, також
Thank
питання
you.
від учасників.
There is one more question from our online participants. There are wood processors, and they have the FSC certificate as well. So they ask, what's the deadline to align the FSC certificate to the EUDR requirements for industrial companies? What's the deadline?
There is no deadline for FSC to align or any other certification body to align their policies, but they are doing a great job. I appreciate their job in that regard, because more solid a certification scheme is, and the more solid the certification policy itself is, that can prove that the product itself is not in breach with the regulation, is the better for everyone, for the policyholders, for the certified, for the certification bodies, and also for the European operators. What we need to bear in mind is that the obligations of the deforestation regulation are broader than the timber regulation required, and the liability will always be on the European operator to ensure that the product or commodity it wishes to place on the market are compliant with the regulation, and whether or not they are having a certification. But as I mentioned, the more a certification covers from the obligations, the more beneficial for all stakeholders it will be.
Дякую. Ще питання?
Thank you. More questions? There is one more question over here from our online participants. Will the European Union and European institutions consider specific conditions for the forestry in some of the countries like Ukraine, given the war, and will there be any requirements that would be eased for Ukraine because of the war?
Well, the regulation, the co-legislators decided that the regulation has to apply even-handedly, meaning in a non-discriminatory manner. So the obligations will be the same for all countries and for all producers and all operators sourcing from all over the world, no matter whether they are within or outside the European Union. So no such alignment is foreseen in the legal text of the regulation.
Дякую. Ще одне питання від
Thank you.
аудиторії.
There is one more question here from the audience.
Пані, але не впевнений, що мікрофон працює. Ми вас
I'm not sure your mic is on. I think we can hear you, but not our online participants.
Угорська національна система лісової добровільної сертифікації, національний орган
Listen,
всі в Україні. Нас
one of the
таке
FSC
питання
operators, I mean,
користувачів України.
certificate holders.
Чи не можете ви
We're wondering
уточнити,
here in Ukraine, could you please
як саме,
specify
якої саме ділянки будуть визначатися координати? Конкретне місце,
regarding geographical coordinates? Will that be assessed like where the timber comes from geographically, or that's only related, the geographical coordinates related to the legally set area? Like, okay, this company handles like 10,000 hectares and they supply timber from a very small land plot, very small. So what's the precision of these coordinates? Is this going to apply to the entire land that is managed by a company, for instance, or specifically from the tiny little area where timber actually comes from?
Yes, thank you for this question. This is also very relevant to clarify. This gives me the opportunity. So the geolocation has to correspond to the actual plot where the commodity was produced, meaning that the small forest subcompartment where the harvest took place. In case these stocks that the forest owner sends for the European operator are coming from multiple forest compartments, then all of these forest subcompartments needs to be flagged in the geolocation of the production of that commodity. And the objective of this is to ensure that the operators know where they are sourcing from, and also that their due diligence exercise corresponds to the actual harvesting area of the product that they wish to place on the European market. So there is no need to provide geolocation for 10,000 hectares of a big state forest body, for example.
Дякую. І я дивлюсь, у нас є ще час на одне невеличке питання.
Thank
Чи
you. I
є?
can see we have a little bit more time for one extra question. Do we have anyone? Yes. Hello, Gabor. I'm from FAO Ukraine. How do you plan to define? With deforestation, it's much more or less clear, but how do you determine forest degradation? For instance, you take a picture and you say this is a degrading area. Will satellite imagery be enough for this? Because satellites not always produce good pictures.
Yes, this is true. Thank you for the question. The degradation means structural changes in the forest cover, meaning that primary forests cannot be degraded to planted forest or naturally regenerating forests into plantation forests or other wooded land. The other wooded land means also for the primary forests. I agree that these cannot be always measured via satellite monitoring, but satellite monitoring and satellite pictures are not the only thing in the toolbox of the operators and the obligations it has to comply with to exercise due diligence. So he can use any measures or any tools the operator sees fit for the purpose to exercise due diligence and come to the conclusion that no deforestation and no forest degradation takes place, which is induced by the harvest of the timber. But again, the satellite monitoring is not the only measure and not the only tool for the operators. The Forest Observatory can help with that. This will be aligned to monitor the forest degradation, because turning a primary forest into a plantation forest is quite obvious in most of the times, but of course not all of the times.
Дякую. Пане Вавасі, величезна вам вдячність за
Thank you
пояснення.
very much, Gabor. Köszönöm szépen. Thank you very much for telling us about EUDR. We're not going to keep you anymore, but if you want to stay, please, we encourage you to stay. It would be nice for us to keep you here. Right now, I want to move to our next speaker, and this is Chief of Forestry and Forest Recovery of the State Forestry Agency, Igor Buzinski. And his topic is challenges for the forestries in Ukraine in aligning our domestic legislation to the EU acquis. Hopefully, this is one of the main stakeholders that is carrying the biggest burden for implementing EUDR. Thank you very much for this opportunity to take part in today's session. Good morning, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity to take part in our today's event. This is extremely important today for Ukraine. This activity gives the start to amending and introducing legislative changes in forestry management. The today's challenges for forest management practices, apart from global climate change issues, we have a lot of challenges coming from the war. Those challenges are very serious because some of the territories we do not have access to. There is a growing need for timber, for the country's defense capacity, as well as there are needs that are growing during the post-war recovery. And all that will be, of course, related to timber harvesting a lot. Today, our European integration processes are actively underway. The State Forestry Agency is not aside from this process. We've been actively engaged into this process. The whole number of different legislative acts that have been developed and submitted to the Ukraine's parliament and the Ministry of Environment, including bylaws, these are very numerous ones. We are very much concerned with those challenges that the Ukraine's forest management community faces, and with this EUDR implementation, we still have questions that we will have to handle properly and in very much detail whenever we develop our own laws and bylaws to align our legislation with the EU acquis. I'd like to briefly tell you about some of those points that have already been done in the Ukraine's forest management communities in line with the EUDR. First of all, regarding keeping track of our timber resources and supplies, our agency has organized the electronic monitoring system for wood that is a mandatory for all the actors. This system helps track all the movements of wood from harvesting all the way to its sales. Following the cabinet resolution, it is mandatory for all the operators to introduce all the information to this system about timber. And of course, there is a question of when EUDR comes into force, there's going to be a question about geolocation data for the harvested wood that we've been talking about today. In this area, the agency has already developed the bylaw. This is an instruction about harvesting wood, which provides for allocating plots for harvesting timber. Earlier on, allocation had been done through geodesical tools, but today we have seen and heard that this has to be done with high precision GPS tools, with the possibility to actually establish the proper geo coordinates that will be automatically transferred further to another system to issue the respective permits. Regarding the permissions and licenses, earlier on we're used to this paper-based copies of the certificates, but last year we started a pilot project to issue electronic permits. According to this new procedure, all the wood harvesting tickets are issued exclusively by the local units of the State Forestry Agency, which is proven by the cabinet resolution. And after November 17, 2022, all those tickets are issued electronically. And we keep the database of all those issued documents, tickets and permissions. And through the database, one can see in very much detail where timber was harvested exactly. If we again read this instruction paper, automatically all the geolocation data will be entered into the same system. So we're working hard on this matter, and hopefully in the nearest 3 to 4 months, we're going to reach that result that we intended for. Regarding wood trade, certainly in Ukraine, we have all the prerequisites legislatively and regulatorily regarding how one can sell timber in a transparent manner through the stock markets. We have laws, we have bylaws, and today companies that coordinate their activities with the agency sell 100% of their wood through those stock exchanges or stock markets. This is a transparent way to see who's selling what and to whom, and who's the buyer, who's the seller, and what's the pricing condition, etc. Another thing is, again, this is one of the regulations components. I mean, EUDR, this is the certificate, timber certificate. It used to be paper-based, but then since December 17 last year, we moved 100% to the electronic issuance of the same document, where in the sign-in interface, the processor or any operator can get that certificate. This allows traceability, and this helps handle all those issues through the state customs as well. And this is a very convenient mechanism. There is a number of questions that require solutions, and this is going to be part of our the implementation process that we are currently trying to push forward. And we're trying to develop the guidelines for EUDR implementation. So this is just in a nutshell how the situation looks like today in our forest management community with the EUDR that we are discussing today. Whenever you have any questions, I'm going to be more than happy to answer those. Do you have any questions to Igor? Please. Please grab the microphone, otherwise nobody is going to hear you. Our online participants will not be able to hear. We are from the Timber Processing Association. Are we in line with the EUDR implementation by the end of 2025? Are we on track? And is there anything that we are supposed to do to have it implemented? This is a broad question. Thank you very much for asking. Of course, it's not only this agency that is involved in this process. There are so many different other actors. And I cannot guarantee that each and every stakeholder will implement this as soon as possible. We are working hard on this, and we apply every effort to make sure that by the end of this year, we manage to develop the proper legislation that will allow us to keep going and never stop with enforcing the regulation in our country. Thank you.
Наступне питання, прошу.
Okay, next question.
Мене звати Оксана, компанія Бренбель.
My name is Oksana from Branbury.
Наразі розробляється можливість автоматичної передачі даних про геолокацію на інші
You were mentioning that geolocation will be shared automatically. But have you ever considered an opportunity, or will you consider this opportunity not to establish the geolocation where the cutting was handed? Will that be reflected in the harvesting tickets or just in the system? Certainly, all those things will be linked together. We want to actually consider not only individual items, but we want to have a comprehensive view through the whole supply chain. Whenever the harvesting is handled, it's going to be linked to the ticket, the data will be fed into the harvesting ticket and the online system. So all that will be a holistic framework. Укршпан Kyiv. I have a short question. Will your system allow to automatically identify everything? Can we actually get all the papers, like for cutting, for the tickets? Will there be an opportunity for that system? Yes, I think it's going to be very much possible because every label will be linked to all the harvesting facts and data. Yes, we hope that this is going to be handled by the end of this year, so that you have a one-stop solution for everything. And then the second question. We are scrutinized by so many actors from abroad. Will there be an option to actually provide this information in English so that the person can go to the database and retrieve everything in English? I think this is rather a technical issue. I hope that the IT guys will be able to handle this technically. Once the information is in the system, it would be great to have it available in English as well. But we need to actually talk to the technical team. But thank you very much for this question. I'm going to take note of this. Are there any questions on top of that? I can see that there are more questions from business, but are there any from the research and development community? Just one question. How are you going to keep account of all the forest resources? Yes, of course, if you put your chip or labels on the logs. But what about mixing timber? For instance, you take it, you label it, and you mix it with the other timber from the other plots. How do you handle that one? Yes, there is a problem about this. Right now, I'm not ready to actually give you this technical answer, how this is going to work. There is a document regarding declaring timber. I think in that document, everything will be provided for you as a guideline. Of course, we cannot trace it all the way down to every single piece of wood. but I think there'll be sufficient mechanism to properly trace everything.
Продукція штабелями.
Ще одне запитання, якщо
And
можна.
there's one more question, if I may. Will there be access for companies to this system so that companies can track what they have and what they receive from land plots? Yes, it can be done on a contractual basis. Access can be provided. Thank you. Okay, I can see more questions from the right-hand side of our audience. Ukrainian Environmental Protection Group. It says, the regulation says that it should be legal, the timber should be legal, and there should be no deforestation. For instance, there are illegal cuttings. And this is a problem that we face, and this affects badly the standing of Ukraine's timber. So right now, you're providing all the permissions for whatever operators you want. But how do you prevent illegal forest cuts to avoid a problem for the Ukrainian business to not spoil the image of the Ukrainian wood? Thank you very much for this question. We have been taking those measures already. What we do, we normally, I told you about this pilot project where all the permits were issued by the local state forestry agencies branches. And of course, if an individual, the manager, on behalf of the agency, signs this paper personally, it means accountability, isn't it? Before 2022, most of those permits had been issued by the forest managing company, and there had been problems a lot. Right now, since this is now the accountability of a public servant, I mean the agency, of course, the level of oversight has been largely increased. There is one more question from the audience here, please, Evgeny. Okay, please. While our colleague is thinking about the question, I want to once again remind you that online participants can also ask questions to our speakers. Please type your questions to the chat. Okay, go ahead. Thank you so much. Igor, I have a question. Don't you see the problem with the possibility to create the new types of cuts that may lead to forest degradation, and they're not within the major harvesting cuts? If, for instance, we increase harvesting in terms of volume beyond the expected volume of annual cutting, and it may actually turn from chivalrous goals like to cut something to improve the condition of the forest into the high-risk cuts that will be very much resource intensive, and the most valuable types of timber will be cut and harvested, which in its turn will lead to forest degradation. Don't you see the problem for those companies that without knowing may purchase, I mean the operators, that without knowing will purchase this timber, and then they will realize that this timber was harvested and declared ever after by the auditors that the cut led to deforestation or forest degradation? What if they find out late about this? That's again to mitigate those risks. We have started this pilot project to implement the national legislation
В Європейському Союзі
and have it aligned with the EU acquis. EU member states also have certain types and kinds of cuts that in one way or another may differ from what we have in Ukraine. Our objective right now is to fully align our own procedures and definitions with the EU, because we cannot speak about the same thing in different languages. We have to be on the same page. We need to harmonize the different types of cuts between ourselves and the EU to avoid different interpretations like you were talking about. Certainly, the planned and scheduled cuts are intended for mature forests, but to grow a mature forest, you need to apply a lot of effort. And you need to implement a lot of measures to handle it. And in the course of doing that without the cuts, you cannot handle it because you can hardly grow the forest properly without the cuts. Same thing about avoiding degradation. You cannot do it without that. So, aligning our practices with the EU best practice is again one of the bigger objectives for ourselves. And this is something that we've been working hard on. Can I ask another one? Sure. But be very concise. Yes, I think that's important because our operators and producers from Ukraine, they have to abide by EUDR from the next year. And we know that in the European Union, there is a number of cuts, the so-called gray cuts. They are beyond the legislation and legislative requirements. Because formally they are in line with the legislation, but actually they are probably based on fake documents like sanitary cuts, where the share of harvesting is much larger than from regular cuts, which led in its time to competent authorities in the EU to try to actually handle this issue, because this is the type of cuts that one can never verify and declare, yes, it was a legitimate source. That's a legality issue, because there are sometimes very doubtful cuts. And this is a major issue for the legality of the business. Sometimes people seek to go for the auction and purchase timber where they do not have information where this timber comes from and what type of cuts had been engaged to produce this timber. And if they are sold the sanitary cut timber and they just have to buy it, then this is a major issue for the legitimate business that wants to comply with the EUDR. Is there anything that's being done by the agency to prevent this? Or at least to have information about those who do sanitary cuts and then sell it as regular timber? Because prior to purchasing, but not post factum, like after everything. Thank you. You mean when the lots are being created for the auctions? Yes, I do. I think that's an important thing to mention. Life will force us to do that, and we have been talking about this a lot these days. We're going to work on this issue, I'm sure. This is one of the challenges that we are facing on a daily basis. That's why I'm calling all the participants from the wood processing sector and civil society and environmental experts. Please let us be engaged in developing the rules and regulations. We're so transparent and open in this dimension, ready to collaborate anytime, please. Okay, there is a question from out there, and then we're going to move the microphone closer to myself. One short question. Can we read somewhere what the plan is regarding the adaptation of our legislation with the EUDR? Is there a plan? Are there deadlines and milestones? If not, if it's not available, so tell me about the plan. Of course, the development of regulations and legislative acts. Those are all the facts that are available on our website of the agency for the whole year, and you can see those acts that are going to be developed in the pipeline by the agency. Of course, amendments are possible to that plan with the given the subsequent challenges we've been facing a lot, and they can actually turn out tomorrow or the day after. Of course, these plans are amendable, but you please, you're encouraged to go and see the plan and
Всі
take
наші
part in its implementation.
постачальники деревини,
All our
деревообробки,
timber
вони
suppliers and
орієнтуються на
processors,
системи
they're focused
сертифікації.
on
Чи в
the certification
FSC
framework.
однією з основних таких вимог
In
є
at FSC, one of the key requirements is
скажімо,
not to
річний приріст деревини.
cut
Це
the
збільшення,
annual
яке планує
growing forest.
Держагентство подавати на збільшення від 15 до 25
If you're saying that you're going to grow from 10 to 25 percent of the cuts, can you prove that this is not going to exceed the annual growing forest? Thank you for the question. The figures that you were telling up to 25 million, those figures are not taken for granted. Not because this figure is nice. We have been estimating everything. This is the figure that we can take from the forest without it doing any harm to it. We know this annual growth ratio, on average, this is 4 cubic meters and 40 million, that's what's growing within the year. While we were harvesting before the war, in the best case scenario, about 20 million cubic meters, and today this figure is under scrutiny. In 2021, we started the national stocktaking exercise at the national level where we borrowed the best European practices and try to actually establish what the figures are. This scrutiny will give us an answer to the actual growth annually in Ukraine in the forests. And in my opinion, it can vary depending on where this location is. I think it's going to be higher than 4 cubic meters per hectare per year. Preliminarily, the results from what we have seen show that it is going to be much higher. I don't have ultimate results yet, but after the first cycle, I'm sure we're going to have enough information that is going to be available to all the users. Thank you, Igor. There is one more question from our online audiences. This is again from one of the companies. When is it going to be possible to purchase timber in the auctions where with the indication of the timber where it was harvested from? Right now, all the cuts that are not major require additional evidence of their legality. This is exactly what we're working on in the improved legislative and regulatory framework. We're going to try to make sure that by the end of the year, these processes are handled properly. If we if we were able to do that technically and with all the information and communication systems that we will use and with all the amendments and changes to them, I think starting from the next year, then you will feel the change for the positive thing. And in terms of timing, we have the last question. Please introduce yourself. Vasyl Naumchuk, Legal Lease Company. I'd like to dwell on the previous question a bit. Please tell me, is there any idea how one should actually implement the non-exhaustion benchmark management system? Because in consultations with the stakeholders, we have never found any procedure like this. That's the first question. Then the second one, do you consider the timber market bill, which is submitted since 2021, as one of the tools to align ourselves much better with the EUDR? Thank you for the question. In terms of your first question, yes, there are legislative acts. In 2023, there was a cabinet resolution on the procedure of forest management practice, which at the legislative level indicated activities that are projected in terms of forest management and their scope should not exceed the annual reserve growth. That's part of the government resolution. So forest management may not project any activities greater than the growth indicator is. This traceability has to be handled by ourselves. This is our internal regulation, actually, with our regional departments and units. Whenever the harvesting ticket is issued, this local body has to trace the procedure of how much volume and how much scope of harvesting had been done. Regarding your second question, yes, the timber market is there. First of all, it was passed in the first reading, but actually today there are still a lot of amendments in the pipeline. So the version that is currently applicable, it's not relevant anymore right now, so it is still pending. The respective members of parliament still elaborate all the amendments, and there's going to be the new version of this bill that is going to be pushed forward. Thank you very much, Igor. There is one more question, but that's the last one, I'm sure. All right. In continuation of the previous one, there is one thing in the sanitary rules that the overall sanitary cuts should not exceed certain levels. I understand that those categories are not properly handled and defined, but in verifying and issuing those harvesting tickets, how do you analyze those factors? This is one of the issues that may lead to even greater problems today. Well, today this issue is being analyzed by the competent authorities at the level of, again, the total volumes of harvesting and cuts. You know, by categories, by types, by breeds. That's a very labor-intensive process, isn't it? And in some of those, I don't want to tell you a long story about that, but in some of the issues, we can sometimes reach an absurd situation because that's actually a nightmare. I would recommend to our regional units to take a proper look at it in terms of the factual data. Thank you, Igor. Like we asked, like we confirmed that that was the last question. So we're going to let you go. Thank you very much for your answers. And I want to thank you very much too. I would like to invite our last panelist from our first session. It is my pleasure to invite Ukraine, Vasil Masyuk, the National Forestry Program, and he's going to talk about improving institutional environment to contribute to the forest policy, EU forest policy implementation in Ukraine. Some people were talking about challenges and issues, but we were not talking about opportunities enough. Maybe in your presentation, you can tell about a bit about opportunities as well. Thank you. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Actually, we have a lot of opportunities. We are a rich country that has to prevail in this war and adapt to all the regulations of the EU and put our legislation in line with the European acquis. I think we're going to make it. So let me tell you a bit about what we do in Ukraine and how we can be useful for our community in terms of adaptation and resolving the EUDR measures. Just in a nutshell, let me tell you a bit about FAO. FAO has its key mission to channel international efforts to combat hunger, and forestry management is one of the topics that FAO handles, including forest-based supply chains or chain of custody. FAO aims at reaching food security, and among the objectives of our organization is to contribute to better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. FAO is quite a big organization, and we can certainly tell you that this is an international forestry ministry, if you want to put it that way, given the objectives that have been delegated by 194 nations. Altogether, this is 195 member states, and we operate in 135 countries, and we have revitalized our work since the beginning of the full-scale aggression in Ukraine. We have our team based in Ukraine right now. There are 4 people in the country from 120 other employees for FAO in Ukraine. Our objective is to improve environment for the forestry economic sector. We're talking about all the forest-related supply chain items, and we want to contribute to long-term sustainability in forest management in Ukraine. And we want to improve the public policy framework and its quality in Ukraine. For this, FAO Ukraine has approved its policy paper. It is called FAO Forestry Support Strategy for 2023-27. This is an approved document that has been signed by the government of Ukraine, and this is our programmatic paper. Here, I would like to remind you that yesterday we had the International Forest Day initiated by FAO, and thanks to this initiative, we want to celebrate this holiday. And let me briefly show you this welcoming video for just a couple of minutes, and then we're going to follow the presentation. This is exactly about the opportunities that you asked for.
Innovation is unlocking the forest's long-kept secrets. Buried deep under the bark of trees are powerful solutions. The chemistry of trees allows us to use them in ways we never imagined possible. Harmful plastics can now be replaced with biodegradable alternatives derived from wood. We can substitute graphite and rare earth metals in batteries and create new sustainable fibers to help reshape the fashion industry. Technology is constantly developing new sustainable materials from trees, from those that can heal us to those that provide us a place to live and work while locking in carbon. Drone innovations are changing the way we manage and protect our forests, helping to detect and fight forest fires, as well as safeguarding biodiversity and fragile ecosystems. Forests, new solutions for a better world.
Це, власне, дуже коротко про можливості, які стоять перед
This is just in a nutshell about opportunities that we're facing. Forests can really be the basis for new, fantastic areas of economy related to chemical industry, new materials, and new structures. At the same time, Ukrainian forests have needs in the context of EU integration. First of all, I have to mention the need to align definitions and concepts to be on the same page, both nationally and internationally. EUDR actually uses FAO terminology. Paragraph 2 speaks exactly about FAO in terms of the terminology. The second most important issue, unfortunately, I have to reinstate this. We in Ukraine do not know what the forests are for. We do not have a societal consensus what the forests are applicable for. The need for this consensus is vitally important to take further steps forward because there are hot debates between environmentalists and other experts how to harvest wood or how to even sometimes block those activities, not allowing exporting the timber because those trucks damage the roads. This is the example of non-consensus ever after. Then we need to think about building forestry policy and reform the Ukraine's forestry legislation. When preparing this presentation yesterday, I read our forestry code, and we have a document which is quite chaotic, and it has been amended so many times when it was added by more and more things. And at the same time, today with this forestry code, one can clearly manipulate one thing or another that as a result puts even more pressure on implementing EUDR. EUDR, whether it is good or bad, it sets out anyways a lot of principles based on the local legislation. If there is chaos in our local legislation, it's going to be reflected on this implementation process as well. Being on the same page with terms and definitions, there's a very simple example. What is a forest? According to the Ukrainian Forestry Code, forest is a type of natural complexes, if I translate it literally, or ecosystems. According to FAO's definition, a forest is a land plot with a total area of 0.5 hectares with trees of over 5 meters high. And we're talking about deforestation. I was trying to actually find this in our forest code. There is no concept of deforestation at all in the Ukrainian legal framework. So we are going to adapt or align ourselves with the EU acquis without even having this concept.
Єдиний термін, який
The
дуже
forestry code does not have this concept. The only term that is close to it is illegal cutting, illegal transportation. This is an article in Ukraine's criminal code, Article 246. If we grab this article from the criminal code, then we ask ourselves the question, how do we sell our ecosystem? If a forest is an ecosystem, then how do we sell it? If a forest is a land plot, I can understand how you can sell it. But I do not understand clearly how do you sell an ecosystem? How do you transport or illegally store it? Actually, when I just recently had a big pleasure of reading the draft amendments to Ukraine's criminal code with regards to this article, and when you start thinking about it, coming from what the forest is all about, it's a big pleasure to read. But you understand that based on those criminal articles, there are real criminal cases. And they're not virtual, they're real. According to FAO definition, deforestation is transformation of forest into other land use, regardless whether it was caused by a human being or not. In the legacy FAO version, deforestation was interpreted as full annihilation of foresty plantations with the change of the purpose of its use, something like that. Coordinating terms and conditions as well as definitions to make sure they're on the same page. This is one of the issues for the Forest Code of Ukraine, because we have protected forests, recreation and recovery forests, natural reserve, historic and scientific and cultural application, or harvesting forests. And when there is forest management practice and this type of categories defined, for instance, if a forest land plot has two categories, normally a structure one prevails. So this way, we are constantly allocating certain number of forestry plots from a normal harvesting turnover. If you check the FAO definitions and terms, then we have very much the same thing, but we're talking not only about the functions, but about the
ФАО визначає виробництво,
management goals. This is production, this is protecting soils and waters, maintaining biodiversity, social services, and multi-purpose use. That's very similar to what we have in Ukraine, but at the same time, when we move to paragraph 5, which is multi-purpose use forests, earlier on, when I traveled abroad, like to Poland or Germany, I could not understand why their forest management papers are prepared differently from ourselves, why their philosophy differs from ours. Very simple example. You come to a forester in Poland and say, what's the total area of forest that you manage? What is in your natural reserve to preserve natural diversity? They say, we only have 1.5% of those reserves in our forests. And then after, when you talk about that for a while, the Natura 2000 covers 35% of forests. And you, from the Ukrainian understanding standpoint, from the legislative standpoint, you cannot understand how it works. But at the end of the day, it turns out that 85% of forests in Polish are multifunctional, multi-purpose. So in those multi-purpose forests, you have biodiversity of flora and fauna that are under Natura 2000 natural reserve, and that's the way they are preserved, actually. And here we come up with our proposal for the prospect in the future, so that the state of Ukraine could consider this opportunity to build proper terminology so that we are on the same page with FAO. This step has been done by the European Union in this dimension because earlier on the European Union wanted to develop its own terminology. Each country tried to develop its own in-house terminology, so to say. But we tried to actually establish those definitions, and there are 29 different definitions. Right now, everybody has come to a conclusion that we are ready to go for the FAO terminology. This is just a proposal for the other countries not to invent anything new, but just stick to the FAO terminology. Very often when I take part in different conferences with environmental experts, and we seem to be very radical, but I think we are on the right track. We need to implement proper legality principles, and then we're not going to have any problems. Very often, actually, there is Dmytro Karapchuk. We had a long discussion with him the other day, traveling from Lviv to Kyiv, 6 hours. We had to talk about something. But actually, when we started talking and trying to actually agree on the concepts and definitions, what we mean by the certain terms, we understand that our opinions are getting very, very narrowed and getting closer to each other than it may seem to be at the first glance. So one of the important points in this societal dialogue in Ukraine, we need to understand what the forests are for. I understand that we can actually talk about something more strategic and topical issues. We're going to come back to those issues. But without answering those questions, without answering this one in strategic papers, we as a country will be facing a lot of challenges to comply with EUDR and other EU requirements. I'm going to recall all those 4 opinions that we have been talking about before. Actually, we need to ensure production. We need to build a strong economy that is based on forest or on the forest resources. Forests have a lot of resources. That's not only timber. Forests are very important to protect soils and waters. In ForestCom yesterday, we had a very big discussion, and I was asked the question, how do I think about foresting the steppe areas? Of course, if we consider this practice as part of reinforcing these ecosystems, we reinforce their capacity to protect from soil erosion and protecting waters. That is particularly important for the ecosystems, like preserving water. We also reinforce biodiversity, and this may have other social functions. But this is not my business. This is not my topic. I want to insist that this has to be done by people who have a lot of scientific expertise. But we as a country, we have to think about how we use our forests. And we have to think about this multi-purpose use of the forest. When thinking about the project that we are working with FAO with the support of the European Union, in the Lviv region, we want to run one pilot project in terms of forest management. A normal thing that we always do, and we have this pilot project on our plan to handle this multi-purpose forest application, like to ensure production, protecting soils and waters, retain biodiversity, etc., etc. How to reach the consensus for productive cooperation? Before we talk about this consensus, I have to tell you that this workshop that we've been organizing together with our colleagues, this helps us resolve another issue. This is electronic timber accounting or turnover, traceability. I think Valentin will not allow me to say something else. With the current practice that we use right now, we cannot actually do anything else. But yes, it is good anyways. We as the FAO are ready to help Ukraine develop the terms of reference for this electronic forest management system 2.0 and engage all the relevant stakeholders to assist us in this process. They can share their advice. They can support ourselves in our ideas and their ideas as well. We're going to be able to develop all this, and then maybe we will not be able to do this by the end of this year, but at least we can make it as a project, and the system will be fully in line with the requirements that we're talking about. How to reach the consensus and effectiveness? You can see there are so many stakeholders who have organized this meeting. This is the EU, the FAO, and other organization, FSC. We have reached unique experience in organizing those events. This has always been fun and very positive to work in such a community. When we were discussing this issue, Pavlo Kravets, the FSC representative in Ukraine, has said, there is one cross-cutting issue that is shared by everybody. And I understand that that's the issue. This is sustainable development goals. However trivial it may sound, but we were building this with these goals in mind. So we have to consider these goals and keep them in mind. The second thing is to cooperate, to listen and to hear. We're not evading hard questions, and we are responsive to very hard answers. We need to put all the parliamentary and governmental efforts together in developing forestry policy in Ukraine, develop and implement the updated legislation. We understand that the government and parliament have very limited capacity to develop high-quality legislation. We as the society can help them do this. And we're going to be, of course, aspiring for it. So, from my own side, upon the Environmental Ministry's request in cooperation with the State Forestry Management Authority, FAO supports the advisory forest sector network. And then, apart from conferences and activities with generic outcome, we can actually set up working groups and think about each and every phase of the future legislation. And then within the framework of this initiative, we want to put together our experts and build a big community of those diverse stakeholders. We have real champions that can lead this process. We have very serious NGOs that can support this process. We have commercial experts and business entities that are ready to jump in and delegate their own experts to contribute to this joint work, to also be able to hear we have business associations here as well. There are different associations at this table. So we do have the consensus potentially that we can put together all the efforts and be really productive. We want to reinforce the capacity of the Ukrainian experts, scientific and research and development and innovative businesses. Today, FAO, being a very strong international organization, has an opportunity to help integrate our work with the international institutions and enhance Ukrainian experts' engagement into this collaboration. Regarding our preparation to implement EUDR as one of the priority objectives for the future advisory network, we want to engage members of parliament, government, civil servants, experts to this technical working group. So this is going to be initiated in April. This is where we're going to talk about opportunities and possibilities for the future. And this present day, FAO, FSC, and WWF and IPRSA, with the support of EU, this is actually the first meeting of such a committee. And we want to help government in this profound analysis and to reform the legislative and framework for the forestry management. We need to help our government resolve the issue, I'm sure. So please, the invitation is going to come in April. This is all I wanted to tell you about. Thank you very much. FAO stays together with the Ukrainian forestry. Thank you very much, Vasil. Any questions from the audience? Or maybe our online participants have any questions that they want to ask? I'm so happy there are no questions. Oh, there is one. There is one. Укршпон. You know, I've been producing our materials 30 years now. I produce the veneer sheets for so many years. I have customers all around Europe. Now, the number one customer says, okay, give me document. FSC, give me documents. EUDR will now ask more documents. I do not understand any longer. Do we produce veneer sheets or we are producing documents? We used to be told, okay, FSC will be just one document and this is going to be enough. But it's not the case. Can you tell me the reason why we need so many documents? Why do you start with this EUDR? Who needs that? Tell me. I, as an industrial manufacturer, do not understand this. Why do I have to produce so many papers if I do production, if I do manufacturing? It's not the reason about ourselves. Why does FAO want to put all the burden on ourselves? Don't put this burden on ourselves. Mr. Pastor, thank you. As a person who has been producing veneer sheets for 30 years, me as an individual who produced veneer sheets 30 years ago, I worked in Lviv, I worked in all the lathes. We had 2 workshops. But the question is different. This is not a question to FAO, this is a question to the EU that you're asking. Same question is frequently asked to the EU from the German and Polish farmers. If you look at what's going on in Poland and what's going on in Germany, I think the nature is the same. It's the thing that the Green Deal is not actually agreed by all the stakeholders. But if we move from commercial interests all the way to environmental things, whether we want it or not, the planet is getting hotter. Will our fight by reducing economic activity handle the problem? I'm not sure. I don't have the answer. But I reinstate the fact that the planet is getting hotter and we will realize this. Adaptation will come for forests and for the people. We cannot conserve this. I hate this word conserve, because from heating the planet, everything's going to change. The European Union has come to an opinion, you know this, that with the help of EUDR, as the big consumer of timber, because they deforest a lot of areas in Brazil and other areas and other territories. It's not FAO's decision, it's the EU decision. FAO can help Ukraine. We are a humanitarian organization that can support Ukraine technically. We do not pass legislations. We do not do anything like this. It's not ourselves who force you to produce more papers. This is more a question to the European Union, European Commission, to the countries where you're exporting to. Something like that. Thank you. Thank you very much for the questions, and thank you for asking those acute ones. We believe that our next step will be the establishment of the working groups. I think we're moving to this process as well. Are there any more questions, please? Thank you. Nope, I can see none. There are more important questions right now. Yes, of course, of course. Okay, we're gonna have a bit more time to have informal networking, offline, one-on-one. So let's take advantage of this time. I want to remind you that we're gonna have lunch at 1 o'clock. So please follow our today's organizers where to proceed to the lunch. Right now, we can go to the coffee break room and do a bit of networking. Thank you very much. Those people online, please, I want to draw your attention that we have a break till 1400. Please make sure you're back by 2 p.m. and we're going to continue. Thank you.
Колеги, прошу потрохи займати свої місця. Тепер чути краще. Займаємо місця, зараз через пару хвилин будемо починати. Я розумію,
Now we
що...
can take our seats. I think we're going to start in a couple of minutes. I'm sure you are very much inspired to have a lot of energy after lunch. And it was an opportunity to network with your peers, and it's sometimes more important than public activities. So let us move to our official part now.
Отже, Якщо перша частина у нас, як ми і обіцяли,
So, since the first part, like we promised at the beginning of our forum, would be dedicated to the general issues, we're going to be more specific now. So this part will be more focused on issues of how to implement EUDR in Ukraine. And with the subsequent steps, we're going to be getting closer and closer to developing the clear roadmap, the best possible scenario given the interest of all the stakeholders. I'm talking about government agencies, business, and civil society to implement EUDR in Ukraine. Therefore, I'd like to start my next session with the presentation from the Forest of Ukraine, the state-owned enterprise, and she's going to talk about EU regulation for deforestation, implementation risks, and prospects for the future. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for your attention, and thanks so much to the organizers for organizing the forum, actually in the premises where all the safety precautions have been taken care of, because the last 2 nights have shown that this is still a very relevant and pressing issue that we have to face. Aligned with the Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, one of the most important issues today is our European aspirations and integrational moves that have to be reflected in virtually every sector of the Ukraine's economy, including forests. Being a representative of the state-owned enterprise, Forest of Ukraine, I have to tell that we are very much supportive of the Ukraine's European integration course, and especially in the forestry area. And regarding the EUDR, I can tell you certainly, like the topic says, both advantages and challenges. We agreed with the organizers that we not only speak about problems, but also advantages of this act. And it's very ambiguous, I mean. I've taken a lot of notes, but I will probably tell you as a general narrative. A couple of weeks ago, our Foresters for Ukraine could take part in the work of the EUDR General Assembly meeting. This is an organization that is at the umbrella for many forestry organizations, and we expressed a number of concerns. I have to emphasize those concerns were first of all expressed by nations that have already been members of the EU regarding the provisions of the EUDR. And moreover, it was about the implementation framework that is under development. There's a lot of criticism, and it was supported by the European Parliament members who were there in that meeting. And of course, it was pushed back by the European Commission members. As we've heard, one of the representatives from the EC, he said it's been in the pipeline, the implementation framework is there, and all the remarks from the member states and third nations will be taken into consideration. We unfortunately belong to this category, and hopefully we're going to be different soon. Well, actually, if moving to the practical points about the advantages, when we were talking about Ukraine and about advantages for the country, it seems to me, and it was pretty much confirmed by the European members, Ukraine has made substantial progress in performing some of the provisions already and implementing EUDR. And I'm going to be repetitive from what Ihor has said. There is an e-ticket, e-certificates, electronic accounting, and stock taking of timber. All the people know and have much more experience than I do in these aspects. We all realize that we are now talking about these things as those that have to be improved. Yes, indeed, they have to be improved and developed, but we do have them. In some of the EU member states, though, they only start this process, and that's important to underline. Well, in this part of my presentation, I will actually move to discussions not only about advantages, but also about challenges. Together with the adoption and in the view of the Ukraine's integration process that we're all supportive of, there will be a lot of challenges for practical implementation of those principles for the entire sector, actually. Because we, as a company, that is one of the key enterprises and the biggest players in Ukraine, and I hope that other managers support ourselves.
Які позначені я спочатку назву ці 4 виклики, які я сама для себе
I'm
виокремила.
going to reiterate those 4 challenges that are pretty much shared by the European community, and then I'm going to tell about each of them in detail. First of all, this is geolocation, traceability, monitoring, and databases of the forest owners. Regarding geolocation, this issue has been raised already, and there was a question to the EU representative. We need to understand clearly how geolocation data is going to be indicated for the forest land plot. Is it going to be marked as a spot, or this is going to be 4 points on a map? There are so many different ideas that have been expressed so far, but the key implementer is defined as the European Commission, and they do not have an answer to this question yet. And they mark this is one of the key issues that remain to be discussed through EUDR implementation. Regarding traceability, well, to give more information to the existing electronic certificate right now would be not difficult from the practical standpoint. But again, to align everything with the EU acquis, it depends on how the implementation framework works. If it's going to help our system to integrate all the elements into it smoothly and seamlessly, that's again a question mark. Right now, about monitoring on the spot, actually it requires substantial resources to be invested. And if with the resources, this issue can be handled gradually, well, things have to be invested in this monitoring mechanism. It still remains to be unclear how much sufficient will be the data exchange framework and how those databases will be talking to each other, how those issues will be reflected in our system. Is that going to be a brand new system that will not integrate the legacy version, or that's going to be something based on the old developments? We're all used that the European community is a progressive community that dictates rules and conditions. Yes, they are authorized, empowered, and they do have a lot of benefits like this. But there are concerns that some of the EU member states do not have such an interface of that technology scale that could allow to swiftly integrate everything and combine it with the databases existing in Ukraine today. So for us, this is an open question mark. Still, unlike pretty much many EU member states. And the last but not least point is database retention. Retaining the databases of the forest owners actually, whereas for Ukraine, with our current understanding of that issue, you see even in my presentation, this is one of the last points. And I'm going to talk about this at least as the last point. Well, for the European community, it's one of the first top priority questions, because this is about data sharing, information exchange. This is the information that has to be open, whereas it has not yet been opened and integrated between the member states. While in some of the countries, this framework has been developing quite fast. In others, it's not the case. In our case, we do not make sure we retain those databases. Presently, I'm not authorized to be telling you about this, but hopefully here in the room we have people who are authorized to say so, but I don't think even they can make a conclusion whether they can develop the implementation framework timely. However, probably there is space and time to be able to talk about the EUDR to be either postponed or substantially reworked with the engagement of forest users, not only from Ukraine, of course, with the Ukrainians as well. We want to make sure we are heard, but I'm sure they're not that this is not about only Ukrainian forest users, but forest users from the entire Europe are not properly heard. Just in informal discussions and during networking, we established that, yes, indeed, we have voted for the MOU to actually go to the European Commission. This is now an official paper submitted on behalf of the forest users with a request to substantially rework the implementation framework with the engagement of forest users. And in case there's no time, and that's quite obvious that that's not going to be enough time, we could actually adjust the regulation itself. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Але вже руки бачу.
I can see raised hands already. I can see there are so many questions. Can you please help with the mic? Yeah, you got it. I just wanted to ask if you were saying about the implementation framework. Sergey Rosewood from the Legalis auditory firm. As you know, December 2024 is expected to be the time for the EUDR implementation and enforcement. Before that, the European Commission has to produce an instruction paper, and this is called an implementation framework. Yes, I wanted to express one remark to your presentation. The thing as we as auditors have seen, and we for several years have been a third independent party in evaluating all these frameworks for companies. The main problem that we have seen so far is that the operators, this definition still stays. The operator is the one who harvests timber and takes it out of the EU, from outside the EU. They need their own DDS. That's why DDS has to be developed with all the collected information and then provided to the Ukrainian suppliers, and therefore get all the according information. So what happened was foreign businesses could swiftly adapt to this framework, and they started demanding that our Ukrainian suppliers create foreign traders for their own produce. They say, we're going to buy from the traders, not from you, because it's the operator who bears the whole responsibility. Whoever, but not myself, okay? They forced to actually establish those trading organizations. But DDS has never been there. It wasn't there, and it is no longer the case. We were requested by British, Austrian, and German companies regarding those DDS so that we can check the third party, like the forestry farm, etc. I said, okay, give us the methodology for us to be able to check everything. They don't even know what it is all about. They don't have the methodology. So they said, okay, we can collect somehow and provide it back to you. But I said, okay, we can actually create a pie chart or whatever. We need something else, not that document. Well, if you collect it, then we're gonna use it. In case they don't have understanding, then I'm fully aware how Ukrainian producers handle this, because they can have dozens of those suppliers, and each of them has different requirements for documents, and they don't know what to do.
Має бути, мабуть, на рівні державному, так скажемо, з Євросоюзом узгодження, да?
So I think there must be this issue must be coordinated on behalf of the national level of Ukraine with the EU about what has to do with the information exchange and papers. Because DDS are designed and developed for each individual purpose, and there are risks accordingly. And there was a question today. To which level of risk is Ukraine going to belong to? If we are considered a high-risk country, then the number of paperwork will increase substantially that we will have to collect and verify to be able to prove our compliance with all the requirements. Sergey, is that a question or comment? It is actually a comment to actually set the tone for the next follow-up discussions. So let us actually try to figure out the question. Yes, let me respond to this part of the comment because I just didn't want to go even deeper into DDS issues. Actually, this issue was raised as well. And one of the requirements why there is a need to postpone the enforcement of this EU regulation is just because there are DDS requirements as well. So the development of this template that would be more or less acceptable by many takes time. So I fully support what Sergey has said. So yeah, I have another one actually regarding DDS implementation. I understand if there is a forest and the supplier of all the material, that's simple. That's not that difficult. And like Igor has said, indeed, this information gets collected. It's out there. If you open access, for instance, to the supplier sign-in interface, you'll be able to see, here's the ticket, here's the land plot, here are the coordinates. I mean, that's not that difficult to handle. But how to prove your DDS compliance? If you produce pallets or boards, or you produce cardboard, or I don't know, anything else. You have a lot of processed wood, and how can you prove that this batch complies with all the requirements? How do you handle that? Like they used to do by analyzing fibers, but fibers, that's very expensive. And with those documents piling up, I can see a big threat there. Some of the companies actually sometimes have 20 people working in the office, and this guy needs another 30 people in the field to be able to process all this information. This is a major threat for the business. That's what I mean. How to handle all this information? What's the solution that is going to be found? Thank you very much for the information that you've added. Indeed, this is not a question, but this just a big remark. Any questions? More, please. No more questions? I'm not sure if the presentation scared everybody. Well, I think the presentation was great. That's why there are no questions. I understand our online participants do not have questions either. Okay, let us keep going further. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to give the floor to our second speaker. We're going to have several of them. I'd like to invite Oksana Donska, a member of the Furniture Association. She's the program manager as well. And Yuri Duke, the coordinator of the wood industry platform. They're going to make joint presentation how EUDR will affect the wood processing industry. From strategy to tactics. Everything's available. Thank you. Please use the mic, otherwise online participants will not be able to hear you. Okay then, we're gonna try to be as concise as possible. We had to think about what we had to emphasize in this context. So we work not only for this audience that is present right now, but also those who will be analyzing all the materials after, especially this has to do with the decision makers and government agencies. I mean, government, president's office, and all the related parties, so to say. And Oksana and I are going to help transverse this emotional and mindset discussion into something more practical. Because there was a question, why do we have to adopt the regulations that European Union suggests to us? Why there are so many? Why they're growing in numbers and scope? Well, from the standpoint of this discussion, we're gonna give you a straightforward answer. Right now, the EU market is one of the largest and one of the most promising markets out there. It helps us make money. That's why it actually dictates the rules according to which they're going to buy wood. Where all the other markets, and that has to do not only with Ukraine, but with all the other countries, those other markets are much weaker. That's actually the answer, how these new rules affect business, what they're all about, and what are the advantages and disadvantages of it. And like we said, regarding the things that have to be changed, we're going to make a reference in the end. Let me give the floor to Oksana and move to slide 2. I want to remind you, it's not just for ourselves, but for the decision makers, what in the general brushstrokes are processing, furniture manufacturing, and other industries represent as part of the economy. Yes, I was handed over the figures. Actually, this slide has been out there for several years now in our program, The Furniture Miracle. This program helps us prove that the prospects in the processing industries are huge. The key facts and figures are important for us to consider today. 9.5 thousand companies that employ hundreds of thousands of employees. They create so many jobs, 19 billion in taxes paid to the budget. And this is one of the top 10 exports in Ukraine. If we take the figures, 6.3% from the exports in the goods, this is about furniture and wood processing exports. Now I have some of the official statistical data from the State Customs Service and the state statistics for the last year. Right there, we can see the Export Promotion Office, where you can see the number of companies that are export-oriented. Ukraine's domestic market is very hard to evaluate because we count nothing, and we never report how much we produce domestically here in Ukraine. But according to different surveys, and we can talk to experts about this, before the war, Ukraine's domestic market was evaluated at 1/1.2 billion. Right now, in the best case scenario, it is assessed at 7 to 800,000. Still, exports is quite a large market because there we are accepted up to 9,500 companies have been out there, and we have 16,000 altogether that are exporting. 267 export-oriented companies grew twice last year alone. In 2022, there were only 124. So we can praise the Ukraine's Furniture Association. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we relocated around 100 factories. Well, no, not relocated, but we helped more than 100 companies travel to the different European trade shows to manifest that indeed these companies are worth signing contracts with and working together with. So you can see the figure, 90% of the industry, this is SMEs. When I'm talking about exports, this figure has doubled thanks to small businesses. And those exporters, large companies, for them, it's not that difficult to implement those regulations because they have been PFC and EBC certified for a long time. They have enough human resources and enough understanding of where they're going to. Now, one of the more important export player is SMEs these days. And today, with one of the slides has shown today that those requirements do not have to do with SMEs. That's a painful issue. What will small businesses do in case they have to travel with furniture, with own produced furniture, or in a van, and there's like half a cubic meter of timber in it? How will he or she prove that where this timber comes from? If we want to make sure those 9,000, at least a half of them, to be export oriented, we need to prove to small businesses that all that is handleable, and those vehicles will not be stopped at the customs, and they will face no challenges when crossing the border. I'm going to add that small manufacturer does not know answers to those questions. I think people in the room apparently know it. They are supposed to know it, at least. This is one of the challenges indeed, but anyways. Yes, this is our diagram, how the furniture industry grew in exports in 2021. And in 2021, we crossed this benchmark of 1 billion, and since the large-scale invasion, the pace has been reduced. But during the war, nevertheless, we managed to export for almost 800,000. 90% of Ukraine's furniture exports travels to the European Union, so all the requirements for crossing the borders and confirming the origin of wood, they will have to actually abide by the exporter rules. It is worth mentioning here that this growth in the number of exporters is going towards the qualitative indicators. When those who exported cheap furniture like wooden or board-based, they continue to do so. But we have added export-oriented companies from small and medium scale that only produce designer furniture and customized models with very high added value. For instance, those bubbles, it's not just a picture, these are the things of, these elements of a closet, and that closet costs 12,000 euro. They sell it everywhere in Europe. They are normally purchased by five-star hotels and expensive offices. They're ready to buy it. How much wood there are in that closet and how much money it actually costs for the Ukraine's budget in terms of taxes, that's immense. So that's something we're trying to show, how much exports there is in Ukraine according to different commodities, and processing and wood manufacturing business are not lagging behind. They're producing a lot of forex revenue to the country's budget. I want to add here, actually, if we compare this versus the other years, the situation was absolutely different prior to the war. Actually, other sectors have dropped immensely. Let's be conscious, like the metallurgical sector and others. But the furniture business and wood processing are still, God bless them, they're still keeping up. What's going to be in the future, we're not sure, but we want to make sure that in the future, this sector thrives, despite the problems they have to face on a daily basis. This is the trade map, an international platform that helps us be proud of Ukraine's veneer sheet exports. We are placed fourth in the world. From what I can see in the market, those who produce veneer sheets, this sector has been developing very fast. We have a lot of requests from abroad, and everybody confirms we have good prospects for retaining this position or even perform higher, as this is quite substantial. Despite the war, our sectors are attractive for investment. $245 million, that's the figure produced by the State Statistical Bureau. This is the CAPEX into wood processing industry for 2022. $245 million US. 90% of the sector are represented, like I said, by small and medium businesses. They are like single taxpayers. flat fee taxpayers. When this amount includes foreign investment. During the war, some new manufacturing lines have been opened where, of course, the investors are Ukrainians, whoever you want to ask. Yes, they open new factories, new platforms, new. We also have an American investor in Ukraine. We have the new factory where the owners are Danish people and Germans and Polish people, launched a very strong factory these days. And today we're negotiating with Austria about large wood processing investment. Europe can see Ukraine as the good destination for doing business by producing furniture. Let me jump in a little bit here. When we are talking about this in made in Ukraine, just for government, for them to understand that they have to be mindful of this. In 2022, substantial investment was completed into the completion of the active projects. And whether it's going to be new projects next year where this figure will be comparable, it depends pretty much on the decisions that the government passes right now, including what has to do with new European regulations. Because if there is no exports, there'll be no production, there'll be no need for investment then, if that fails. And some negative context that is out there again in our sector. Oh, you're talking about bad things, because Oksana has told us about good things and you keep telling about bad things. Well, I'm going to be really brief here because there are a lot of processing companies in the room here. There are also environmental people that know the situation. It's not a secret for anyone that we used to be selling timber and feel very positive. Well, these days the situation is no longer that positive because you cannot never sell timber expensively enough because the market is shrinking. There are periods when the demand is growing, but right now, whatever you do, the demand is shrinking. It declines, not only in Europe, but also in particular countries. Sometimes in Poland, they also close their wood processing companies. And this is Poland that feels quite well in the European Union. What can we tell about other companies? Well, the second point, I think the processors know what I'm talking about. Money is key in the sales. If the Ukrainian produce may not compete with the others because it was never produced in the EU, but it has to be delivered to the EU through the blocked border crossing points. If that's comparable with the European, what's the reason to buy it from Ukraine? The major part of the costs for furniture is still timber, wood, but the prices are not as attractive as they could be to make sure our competitive advantages grow as compared to Germans, Polish, and other nations. Our prices are quite high for timber in Ukraine. Moreover, add the last 1.5 years, given the problems with logistics and the growing costs for logistical spending several times, even given and also consider that your produce will be stuck at the border. This is a major problem that, apart from the regulatory framework, disrupts the whole sector. And the blockade of the borders from the Polish partners puts even more pressure on us, because how can you conclude contracts for the next year if your customers read the news and see that for at least 4 months the border in Poland will be blocked for some reason? Of course, this is not a problem for furniture manufacturers. We're not even talking about that, but nonetheless, they are blocking exports, not only grain, but all the other exports. And if we come back to the second question, it may happen that in 6 months, we are going to be blocking the Polish border not to import their furniture, because they will start exports to Ukraine. Right now, there are contacts from the European partners, and they're asking who can we sell our EU-made furniture to. Yes, indeed, that's true. There was information that Ukraine's timber will be exported as well. But we're going to talk about that next week. Oksana and I had never agreed about this, but we're going to be mindful of that issue. I'm not going to be talking a lot about this because all the speakers have said this already. Many exporting companies, they are very much under pressure. Their clientele already insists that they have to start collecting information given when this regulation will come into force. And the main cross-cutting thing is the following. If you want to sell, you need to get prepared. Europeans cannot even explain how this framework is going to work, but they are the customers, and the customers are always right. If we want to have business with them, then we need to adjust ourselves to their condition, not vice versa. Unfortunately, this story is very emotional that, oh, they are so different, they might want to change something, they will push it back. This is just the emotion, but the facts tell us otherwise, that we have to adjust ourselves, not we have to make them adjust it to ourselves. That's not the case anymore. And companies that have already been working with this, they have a sober opinion about that. That's not even debated inside the companies anymore. And we can hardly ignore those new rules. We cannot do that. There's work underway to implement all this. We were talking to the different suppliers, and they all confirmed that changes are needed. This is something that we've discussed a lot. This is rather for social media distribution. Exporters already announced their requirements for papers. This is more to do with large businesses. Small businesses are not yet aware of this. Many, especially furniture businesses, are quite aware of what's going on. They already require exhaustive lists of what document they need. But again, you as a seller of timber products or furniture have any information, so please request this from your suppliers, because this is going to be your hurdle. If the buyer thinks that you have provided insufficient evidence, you will have to collect more. Any way you want it, any way you may do it. Unfortunately, we do not have one of the wood processors here from Volyn region that after one of the scandals in December last year, when they were carrying bags with cash. Yeah, let me tell you about those requirements and the great interest from the Ukrainian exporters to have it properly implemented to approximate ourselves to the EU. Right now, there are multiple cases when we have to compete with the Russian or Belarusian timber and even furniture sometimes. Hopefully, by abiding by such regulations, they will cut off Russian and Belarusian markets from the EU, because they still supply doors and furniture even to the United Kingdom. I don't know for what reason, how, but they are still doing that. It was already mentioned so many times about this. The only thing that is important here is that they will be requesting not only information about the timber that was out there since the end of 2024, but they were requesting timber that had to be harvested earlier and processed earlier on. So in simple words, the conclusion can be made the following. I'm sure our representatives may tell you more. They will be slow but very perseverant. For every batch of timber, you will have to prove that it's legal. You'll have to show all the documents, etc. Well, let me talk a little bit about some positive things. What kind of advantages we have? Difficult times have made businesses and business communities more resilient. And at least among large manufacturers, there is already cooperation established when they try to help each other with documentation. For instance, a furniture manufacturer makes a board, then they create furniture from the boards, and then if a board manufacturer has any infographic or any information, they try to share it with other manufacturers, not to disrupt their exports contracts. But again, trade with large European companies makes ourselves much better because they force us to, first of all, abide by the rules and follow their legality framework and requirements and develop our own as well. You cannot get away with it. On top of that, this whole situation fosters audits for the timber suppliers. We order auditing services, and in case there are doubts, those services are vitally important. And this is an advantage because at least larger companies, they do not approach this situation without being ready for it. And it's important that this best practice can be shared with small and medium businesses. Yes, manufacturers have to work closely with subject matter associations and non-governmental organizations, as well as government agencies. And today's activity is again a confirmation of this collaboration that is really participatory, engaging so many stakeholders. I'd like to underline this. Maybe our government officers will watch this live stream, or they are here in person. There are environmentalists, business associations, manufacturers, more or less, all the strong manufacturers are here in the room. So this is exactly what we were talking about, compliance of the Ukrainian produce. If we work hard this year and not let it go as it goes, this year can be a real breakthrough in terms of our advantage. Because when we were talking about the gray exports and pushed down prices from Russia and Belarus, because they deliver it through different schemes into the EU market. But again, if the European system works effectively in filtering that out, then this is going to help. But if not, then probably there will be an issue. Why would we want to introduce this framework? It should work actually effectively. But again, all those things have to do with large businesses mainly. Small businesses will still have a lot of challenges to face because they have to get prepared for exports, because this is the exports opportunity to wealthy markets. The challenges are clear. Oksana has already alluded to this, that small and medium processors and manufacturers have insufficient information for now. And actually, this can be one of our next subjects for the upcoming activities and events. Before asking them whether they are ready to the new regulations, we have to tell about them first. This is the objective reason why we have to do it. But again, things that were mentioned here, that we need 30 to 20 people more and 10 more to be handling documents. For many, it can be a big obstacle to exporting their produce. There's not going to be enough expertise and competences, nor there's going to be enough human resources. Or there's going to be an extra area of services that will be helping with all those documents. Well, regarding the database, I already mentioned this. This is presently a challenge as well, because in the European opinions, we don't have enough information as of today. That's the fact. But again, there are challenges in forest management, and they cause such things happening. Why I'm telling about this, when we had a big meeting before the new year, right after those developments, one of the wood processing companies on day 2 got a phone call from his European buyers. A serious company called him and said, from that region, you're not going to have any timber anymore for the next 2 or 3 months, because those pictures were seen by everybody in Europe. That's a human resource issue, primarily. And when we are asked what kind of category, risk category Ukraine belongs to, that is a very apparent situation. And then, of course, the risk category becomes very clear and apparent for many after seeing this. And we have another problem, because the forests of Ukraine get digitalized, but we have other types of forest farms, community or state-owned. They are governed by the current legislation and government resolutions, but they are not subordinated to any larger player. They have their own story. And how does that timber come from them, and how it is going to be aligned with the new regulations criteria? That's an open question that has to be resolved. And obviously, it cannot be resolved at the level of the state-owned enterprise, but it can be handled at the top government level. If without lengthy legislative stories, their activity will be aligned with these new regulation provisions. This is a major issue that has to be processed over time. Yes, this is all clear here. And as you can see, you were mentioning all those things like systems. I'm not going to be alluding to this anymore, but the conclusion is very simple. You can see that the dialogue is maintained at all levels by business. And all the people present here, I'm sure you have your own opinions about that. We, at our side, have tried to do whatever we could. The businesses are working hard with certified timber, with standards, with everything. We promote our products in trade shows and through personal contacts. We are trying to show how trustful we are. We have implemented this due diligence system. We are in close contact with foresters, but of course this will not suffice, because there must be active steps taken by those who supply wood. A lot has been said about this. I just want to remind you in a nutshell what the expectations are. First of all, precise geographical coordinates, I mean geolocation. Let us be honest. Part of the forests of Ukraine and forest farms have done a lot over the last 2 or 3 years. This is electronic auditing, etc., etc. There is sufficient database, but without geographical coordinates, it's going to be really challenging to verify all this information by the Europeans. And what's more important is that there is no single database. There is a LIAS database, but Europeans cannot enter it. Even if they know Ukrainian, they will still not be able to access this. So the only option is to request information, because without that, they can never verify all that information.
Або повний доступ, ну це в залежності від безпекових питань, або принаймні на рівні.
We either have to provide full access, but that's a security issue and a concern. Without that, nothing can be handled positively. The mechanism has to be clear. The legal entity sends a request, and then it may enter and verify all that information once provided access to it. That's important. And now the next point, just to let some time for questions and answers. What is important to mention here that the new standards, it's not only about challenges for business, etc., and for environment. So of course, the environment experts, they have their own concerns. Businesses express theirs. But we've seen how many people there are employed, how much money is paid in taxes, and how much more potential there is an opportunity to tap into, despite the full-scale war. All those requirements actually have to do with the entire wood products. Even if we were talking about unprocessed, rounded lumber, because in 2025 we're going to change the regulation on exporting those products. They will still apply. And like the government said, it is done in Ukraine. It is made in Ukraine. And it has to do with all those products. So this is our joint problem. And this is the message to everybody. This is a question that has to do with the regulator, because this regulator controls the database. The Ministry of Economy and Environmental Protection, they're also taking care of their own issues, because other users have to be abiding by those standards as well, not at the last point, not at the last minute. But again, this is about the forests of Ukraine, because this is the biggest market operator, the biggest timber supplier. And regarding how efficient they are in their job, they are entering the data. Depending on their quality job, that is going to affect how many problems we're going to have with exports and etc. If there's anything to add, please, let's go ahead. Any questions, dear colleagues? Well, I think it's time to ask questions. I can see your raised hand, please. Go ahead. Yuri, Force of Ukraine. I have a question in continuation of your presentation. So we have manufacturing facility. We started harvesting. We have our e-tickets, which is a permit. Then the timber is traced through the electronic tracking systems. So we need to actually indicate this in the waybill, and it is fully digital. We have some of the items with digital information available. So we have complete database about those products that we sell. And we have electronic certificate of origin for the timber. So actually, this entire process of harvesting and management is fully digital right now. And this digitalized production is again supported by the FSC certificate or PFC. We all know that the majority of products are certified by FSC Ukraine. And these products go from the farms, from the environment that is being coordinated by the state forestry agencies, and its units that contribute to this, not only Forest of Ukraine, but LIAS, EUDR Lease project. This is very well growing at a fast pace. I know that we also work and handle this with many countries. Then these products end up with thousands of smaller sewing facilities. Like the majority of that is the Forest of Ukraine, and then the rest are smaller producers. I have then a small question. What kind of What are the digital solutions that you are aware of that help actually trace processed timber? And then who has to be committed to coordinate this digital transformation processes, and how those mechanisms elaborated will help us trace legality of the processed timber. Thank you. Can you bring back the slide, please?
Ви сказав, що багато реформ зроблено. От тоді ще було
I actually boasted because I said there are a lot of reforms underway and a lot of the things have been done. This is the fact. If not this, then there would be a total catastrophe, I'm sure.
Ці дані я писав
This data was actually developed working with the procurement companies, those who are responsible for certification as well. Europeans are concerned about two major things. These are coordinates because they want to see the land plot and see from the satellite imagery where it is located in case they have doubts, because sometimes this happens at the moment. They need to make an analysis, due diligence, where this timber comes from. If you've done that, there have been cases when some of that was identified. They want coordinates.
до той документації, яке дає ДП Ліси України, там
So to the documents produced by the Forests of Ukraine, it has to be attached a document with coordinates with high precision up to the 5th digit after comma.
От дайте координати. І другий момент, що
So give us the coordinates, that's what they ask. And plus they want to have an opportunity themselves to enter the database and verify everything on their own. This is something that concerns them a lot. Clearly, the further supply chains, this is their responsibility. And they only request those two things. They have much less doubts about deforestation. They do not take care so much about processing facts, but it has to be mentioned that thanks to certain things, we don't have this Shanghai picture anymore that we used to. But they have doubts sometimes because we were talking about deforestation. Well, they are saying if that's where the wood was harvested, if there is still foresting there, or that's a completely deforested area, and they're also trying to look at any corruption scandals or investigations out there. So these two things are important. That's not too much. Can LIATs do that, or can it be handled by Delru? Possibly. Again, they need to be encouraged. We need to also impose our own scrutiny from business to see how it works. This is an opportunity this year, at least. If we figure this out together and keep our eye closely on this, what we're going to do with the other users, let me come back to that issue. There is a problem out there, and it's kind of systemic. We want to make sure that this forest management practices to follow the same standards as we encourage to implement that is followed pretty much by the forests of Ukraine. And going to one more question in advance, if we require that everybody joins the forests of Ukraine, then by 2025, we're going to leave at the same place where we are right now. This is not going to be the solution because I don't trust this process is going to be very fast. Communities will not be willing to actually abandon their forests in favor of the state-owned enterprise. I don't think so. Thank you so much. Let us ask one more question, please. Thank you. I'm from the Wood Processing Association. In continuation to what's been talked about, I want to say the following thing. You said it very correctly, Oksana, that there was growth and now we can see very insignificant figures. We have Yuri here. In 2021, when all those bidding procedures were happening, up to 9,000 companies were registered with the stock market. Right now, they're at 3,500, I think. That's the first point. So we, in our every roundtable discussions, tried to prove a very simple truth, that in the EU, they always put much more and more emphasis on small and medium businesses. And only with the help of SMEs, they can build progress. And that's how it works, actually. What happened in our case, for instance, with stock markets? In every single district, you know what's happening over there? They have those bidding procedures through stock markets. If earlier on we had 300 to 400 participants, bidders, then today in Lviv, for instance, we have 80 bidders. Can you feel the difference? I hope so. And again, if we had 80 bidders per week, then it's 25 to 30. This is a big challenge. And again, to continue to what I was alluding to, probably this is a pressing issue, and so it is for me. We have an evident example. We used to have small and medium businesses in Ukraine. They were selling their products easily to Europe. Were they able to supply all the documents? No. But it means that somebody can always say, this is not enough. We were using one code, 4407, 4404. We're sending cylinder stocks. And now this is 4403. And right now, this business has stopped completely. I mean, small and medium businesses stopped completely across those two positions, and nobody feels responsible for it. Yuri, this is exactly what you mentioned. And what are we supposed to do? I yesterday had to talk to those people who came back from abroad, and they said, apart from the Polish problem, where what we know about, and at least negotiations have been started, but there is also something else. There is a Russian and Belarusian problems. They are now pushing their products through Telegram to the EU markets, and they are actually spreading a lot of bad news that Ukrainian is not a reliable partner in performing all the contracts. Okay, we are moving to Europe. We're doing something, yeah? But then a government official comes and says, okay, we're going to start something else. And there is no official paper. Is that a rhetorical question, or you want to ask the speakers? No, I'm just reporting that, well, we have the Q&A session for this. No, you understand, this is just... How do you, Oksana, consider all those challenges that we have to face? I mean, SMEs are facing a lot of challenges at this point. Nobody actually takes them into account at all. In terms of generating money for the budget, this is number one. That's why they use whatever tools are available, and we can list them: indicative prices, etc., and foreign currency revenue, what we can purchase, what we cannot, mobilization, and everything. Nobody has said that everything stopped. We had less than 2,500 registered companies in this sector, just because of mobilization. Our men had to go to the battlefield. We have enough problems, I believe. We can keep moaning, or we can be moving together. No, we are not moaning. Let's not actually create those debates. This is an absolutely different format. Let us be mindful that we're trying to actually focus on a broader circle of issues. We're trying to handle EUDR in a broader context. And our dear colleagues that are going to ask questions, please make sure those are questions and not long stories. Otherwise, we're not going to give a chance to others to ask one. And now, secondly, let's look at the context, what we are most interested in, and think that this problem is much broader than just your questions, please. And we're going to then move to the next speaker. A question about geolocation. How can that be provable? Okay, there is one land plot, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How can we prove that? That I took that log from there. Did you understand me? I don't know, but this is BS. Who needs all this? But let's think serious. Well, if you're thinking from the mindset standpoint, yet is indeed BS. How can we number those logs? Only if after we sell it, we'd know about it. Yes, there is distrust there. But how can one check that? You understand the Germans do not demand this, for instance. They do not demand this from the Polish manufacturers because there's bigger trust, and we are required to do everything. I have an information about something absurd. I mean, there are absurd requirements. Yes, but that's the absurd world that we live in. One more question, please. Evgeny, please. You had your raised hand, please. Let's go one by one. From Legalis, I'm Sergey Rosod. I wanted to ask, what do you think? Is there going to be efficient work with GDS on information exchange if that is going to be led by associations instead of business? If the methodology is designed by the association and coordinate that with the operators, so that not everybody will have to be doing this job because they do not have enough capacity for it. But what if that job could be done by the association? Well, we might want to move towards positive experience. When Europeans do not even know how much efficient this is going to be in between companies, then this question regarding how to interact with small and medium business is still open. Neither themselves nor ourselves know how it's going to work. So maybe it's going to be a comprehensive goal at the level of associations. But so far, nobody is actually taking care of those universal things and are ready to sign up for that. This is going to... I think this is a child that is born dead. We do not have any legislation on associations. We do not have any mandate for those associations. If that gets implemented, then it's only going to be working through the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And it's going to be one of the paid services, I believe. Yep. And then the second one, how do you think certification is going to contribute to performing those requirements? People say, yes, it's going to contribute, but give us the coordinates. No, they say that any certification system can be used as evidence for DDS. Yes, but what I'm trying to say is, for instance, FSC had the controlled timber standard, and it is a copy-paste version with UTR. And actually, when the company got certified on the controlled timber, it could actually satisfy the UTR requirements, at least for data collection. But those who handled certification procedures, they can confirm that the companies that are now controlled timber certified in Ukraine, we don't have any. I think only one remains here. How challenging the system has become. That's why maybe this is a question to you about your vision, and maybe Pavlo as well can allude to this later. Maybe Pavlo will join us a bit later. Let us keep track of our timing. Yeah, just please be very brief, because we're running out of time. No, you don't want to be brief, do you? If brief doesn't work for you, 2 minutes, okay, fine. 2 minutes are fine. It's not even a question. I just wanted to express my own point of view with regards to this topic, because I have a bit of experience about that. With regards to businesses that are selling timber products, from the 1st of January next year, you will have to just add geographical coordinates to what you already provide. It's not the log coordinates where it was cut. It's actually the coordinates of the cutting area. Then, subsequent information where the log was cut is going to be handled through the waybill. with regards to who it was sold to. So there is a proper connection between the place where the timber was cut and then where it ended up in Ukraine to the manufacturer and then traveled to the EU, to the operator. EUDR it poses a requirement on the operator, not on the manufacturer, but the operator, to make sure that the products that have been supplied to the EU market does not lead to degradation and deforestation. And through those geographical coordinates, that's just the first step. That's the simplest thing to make sure if there are forests in that area as well. Well, if not, then we have to make sure whether there are projected recovery measures in it or not. If in the EU market, the other civil society organizations come to a store and buy a chair, cut a piece of wood from it, bring it to the lab, and found, therefore, that the timber, and according to its variety, it's not pine tree, but its origin is not the Ukrainian Carpathian Mountains, but Belarus. And they found that the chair was purchased in Ukraine somewhere on our factory. So there is a clear evidence that this timber has non-legitimate source, and this chair was made of that wood. That's going to be the operator's responsibility, not you, but the operator that is registered in the EU. It can be you as well if you are the operator and you actually bring all those commodities to the EU market. I'm about to finish right now. And then the question comes to yourselves as manufacturers to produce the package of documents. That's it. You're not going to need to have additional papers. Everything that you have, you please provide. And it is the operator's objective to hire a third-party auditor who will verify if your papers are true and genuine. You bear no costs at all as a Ukrainian manufacturer. Thank you. Let us keep going. We understand. Questions are many, and I'm sure we're going to come back to them. And it's not our last event. This is just one of the first ones. We're going to be in constant communication, and we'll be able to find out some of those questions that have not yet been answered properly. Now I'd like to move from the timber market and come back to the EUDR impact on our environment, on preserving biodiversity and ecosystems. And it is my pleasure to invite WWF representative. I think it is Mr. Gabor again. Or no, sorry, it was a Hanna. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Let us focus our attention from harvesting to something else, to conservation of nature. WWF is a core sponsor of this today's activity, and therefore there's a logical question. What's our interest in this framework? We're not just regular mad environmentalists. We are sharing the opinions of pretty much of our society, because in the opinion of citizens, the forests are not only about timber. We need to understand we are talking about protecting our mother nature. My apologies. And even in the introductory part of this document, you can see the language that substantial deforestation and degradation of forests, as well as gradual recovery of the forests and other ecosystems, this is the best opportunity to mitigate climate change. It is a question for not only foresters and processors, this is a question that has to do with everybody living on this planet. EUDR also mentions that in general, forests are facing a situation when there is pressure from climate change and other biological factors, as well as human beings. From out of those reflections, there can be major cuts and harvesting timber not in line with all the best practices and declared environmental protection goals, because those activities affect the living creatures. And not in vain, EUDR insists that a major part of those deforested areas, from the legal standpoint, it's not only a challenge for Ukraine, but it's a challenge for many countries. And not accidentally, our colleagues have been asking questions about where the timber comes from, whether it comes from sanitary cuts or other issues that may trigger concerns in the society and regular citizens. I mean, those who are engaged in the supply chains. So if we come back to the document again, in Article 2 of the regulation, there is a number of concepts used. That is a reminder that this terminology is taken from FAO. And we can see deforestation there means that when the forests are converted into agricultural land caused by man or not. And there is a reminder again that the major deforestation is caused by spreading agricultural activity. Maybe in Ukraine it's not a very natural process, but nevertheless, we already have some obvious deforestation cases. This is just one small part, as you can see, and we have to say that some of those forest plantations are vanishing, whether we want it or not. And also, if with deforestation the issue is more or less clear, and it's not only an issue for the foresters, but for many other actors, because this has to do with agriculture people, understanding that our country is 70% dependent on agriculture. So with the issue of forest degradation, there are many more questions actually. And partially we have covered those more or less. If we come back to the EUDR, we can see that the degradation of forests means structural change of the forest plantations and forest covering that are converted from the primary forests or natural forests into plantated forests or other forested lands. So again, those primary forests are converted into planted forests. So it actually outlines what the primary forests actually mean. We can see that these are natural forests that do not have any traces of human activity or environmental processes have never been disrupted. When we come back to the forestry code, we can see that the natural forests and quasi primary forests and other old forests, those issues are, I mean, the requirements are much less strict to identifying such forests. I mean, the requirements, I mean, stricter versus EUDR. Potentially, this may cause problems for processors that have to be working with timber harvested in similar plantations. To be able to understand what are plantation forests, we can find it in EUDR, how this terminology works. A plantation forest or forest plantation is a perennial plantation in a given area that can be represented by quickly growing plantations. No forests are included that are used for protective measures or those that are going to remind of or do represent natural forests, if I understand correctly. So there are primary forests and other forests. In our case, the majority of those are forests that are located in rural or urban areas and that are part of agricultural business. What's the role of WWF? We serve as safeguards for those forests that cannot be used for harvesting purposes. They have to be preserved, and whatever harvesting there is possible, it has to be prevented. So we primarily focus on identifying primary forests and their preservation. Around 30,000 hectares of primary forests are part of the Nature Reserve Fund. Quite a similar figure has to be applied to the officially recognized primary forests, and 110,000 hectares by the initiative of WWF have to be included even more. A lot of work has been done for it. We first of all mapped everything, where all those land plots are identified as primary forests. We supply numbers of documents for those statuses to be officially acquired by those plots. And actually, at our time, we produced a methodology that outlines clear-cut criteria on how those plots has to be identified as primary forests. As you can see, we are much more advanced in all these frameworks, but nevertheless, there is a large area of primary forests identified, but they do not yet have the status, or they're still pending. And this work has to be continued, I'm sure. Also, in the context of sustainable forest management practices, there are other tools that help prevent annihilation of such highly valuable forests, like monitoring. This is what WWF does together with FSC under the national FSC standard. And we have been elaborating a lot of analytics that help experts manage the dead timber or forests around the water bodies. This is a large aspect of issues. What do we have to do with those forests which are not always part of the Nature Reserve Fund, and they can be used for arable purposes? Also, we have to keep in mind of how war affects forests. Of course, forest management is under big pressure. And this must be one of the concerns of the environmental experts. We were talking about some of the issues of how the annual growth indicator is used. There are different views, but the question still remains to be open. If several thousand or a million hectares of forest are not yet accessible for harvesting, and we have the volumes like in the pre-war times, is it not affecting the regional indicators? Are these processes becoming different and more large scale than they used to be? Because in some of the regions, those processes are happening more intensely than it used to be the case before. And again, understanding the question, my apologies, understanding the question of the need for providing for energy resources, WWF also works towards sustainable forest biomass use. There are a lot of questions about that because this is also part of our wood resources. What we also figured out in our conclusions, we normally speak about full transition from natural forests to artificial or forests or plantations. The issue of natural recovery and taking advantage of the potential from the mother nature is also mentioned in the number of papers that I'm talking about, but we understand that those practices close to nature give us a lot of tools to prevent deforestation and forest degradation. Of course, the work in the legislative framework is an important part of the endeavor. Similar events like this one could serve as platforms for the discussions between so many different stakeholders to create a proper vision and build common understanding of the goal that we ultimately pursue. For common people to understand why forests are so important, we, on behalf of WWF, position sustainable practices through nature-focused or nature-based solutions. or nature focused. Another area of our engagement is to prevent illegal cuts. We're trying to find gaps in the timber supply chains, and there are issues of how justified it is to actually use some of the plantations for cutting, given there are processes underway in the nature reserve fund areas. Sometimes this selective cuts are manipulated to satisfy regular needs for, let's say, timber for heating. So we're engaged in legislative work as well in order to prevent deforestation and degradation of forests in Ukraine. And one another important aspect that we have not yet mentioned today is that the EUDR reminds us of the other ecosystems, not just about forests, but we're also talking about the steppes, swamps, and other areas like meadows, etc. The regulation insists that the EU wants to recover global forests, and those processes do not have to do any harm and cause degradation of other natural ecosystems. At the same time, we can see when sometimes steppes are being destroyed in Ukraine just in order to create no new forests, or when the primary forests are allocated for producing for extracting peat, for instance. So I know there are people who do not believe that the steppes are there. Yes, they do exist, and you can get this confirmation from our scientists. What WWF does in this context, right now we work actively on such a project as the Forest Recovery Platform that is going to produce information about where the forests are, but also it is going to help us prevent foresting those areas that are not supposed to be forested. There are other highly precious ecosystems that do not have to be converted into forests anymore. We need to understand that the regulation reminds that other documents may be passed to govern the issues of other ecosystems. And it's important to realize that Ukraine has already also elaborated a lot of things that help us identify what are the biodiversity areas to preserve different species and what are highly valuable ecosystems. This is an aspect that has been out there implemented at the legislative level, and it is quite promising for further development steps because we understand how to properly actually mark those land plots to prevent degradation of other ecosystems. So what's the role that civil society can play here? We have quite a diverse audience right here. Each represents his or her own sector, backgrounds with their different roles, and they're in different bubbles, so to say. They take a look at forests from their different perspectives. Forest is a resource and a source for diversity. And speaking about Ukrainians, for 86% of the Ukrainian people, cutting is one of the major issues that forests face. We still have to be working with a broader circle of citizens who do not always understand how forest management actually works. That's why we need to understand clearly that upon the request from the concerned individuals who have justified claims, we're going to need to provide them with access to the information in its diversity to prevent deforestation and forest degradation. The nature preserving organizations will be playing an important role in the EUDR implementation in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hanna. Any questions to our speaker? Please go ahead. I can see two raised hands. Please ask your first question. My name is Valentin Bachun from Liadz. I have a question. You said you were trying to investigate the issues of and gaps in harvesting and sales of the timber. So what are the gaps that you have found by this time? Maybe you can advise us something.
Невдовзі буде випущено ось такі
It
аналітичні
was like a teaser. We are soon going to release.
Звісно, кожен етап має свої якісь певні недоліки. Я
We're
відразу
soon going to release our report. Of course, in every phase you can find gaps. And we're going to put it in a document where you can read it and find out about all the gaps that we have identified. I wasn't prepared to answer this particular question and explain all the elements and the gaps that we have established. But again, at the stage of allocation and harvesting, there are specific gaps that are clearly identified. So there are conflicts of interest, so to say, in all those processes. Also, in the course of transporting or delivery of the timber, we have a lot of facts already established through photos and videos. Somewhere we have seen a lot of cases when processing was done illegally, and it's hard to actually keep track of everything. We cannot actually control the things at a time. In every stage, there are gaps, but I'm sure when this document is going to get published, we can discuss those things in many more details. Now, the second question, please. Thank you. I'm wondering about your opinion. Maybe there is an institutional opinion. When we were talking about primary forests, and one of the tools to preserve those is mapping those forests to depict where those forests really are, so that anyone can actually monitor those primary forests and contribute to protecting them. But I have a question actually regarding the maps. We were talking about your own information that you processed, that was identified earlier on in Ukraine, and you continue to do so. And some of the other primary forests are monitored by other institutions. But it seems that not all the primary forests have the particular status. That's my first question. Well, with regards to the status itself, as for me, the problem is in the legislation itself. It was there since the very beginning with regards to the primary forest, because in the forestry code, it says that all those forests that are recognized through a certain procedure as primary forests, they are related to the first group of forests, to the first category, and they also belong to the forest with particular value. But this is a reason for creating nature reserve funds. Not automatically shall they become part of the nature reserve, but this is just a basis for it. So I think the legislator introduced an erroneous message here in the law with regards to this status, because a primary forest is the most valuable resource that we ever have available in Ukraine. This is the highest value from the nature protection standpoint. However, from the legal standpoint, it is not considered to be that one. Only after it is recognized as the primary forest, in case there is the second process is launched to give this land plot the status of Nature Reserve Fund, NRF. Didn't you think about suggesting changes and amendments to the forestry code so that those plots could be given the status right away? And it's probably not only required to amend the forestry code, but also the law on environmental protection as well. So these are the two questions. Number one, this is about the number of primary forests reflected in your map. I understand you cannot tell precisely in percent, but what's the share that you have reflected already? And then the second question about amendments to the legislation. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I've heard 3 questions at least from your statement. Generally, I have to say that it is important to have integrated data on the primary forest and using the map as one of the safeguards from illegal cuts. Had that worked automatically, then we wouldn't have such cases anymore when they appoint cuts in certain primary forests. That's an important aspect to be able to integrate all this information and align it with the best forest management practices. This would be a wonderful step forward to prevent further degradation processes. Regarding reflections, I cannot give you a precise figure because I do not work with this aspect in my organization. That's why if Mihailo could have a chance to be with us today, he would have told you in many more detail about this. But I think we can continue this discussion after this activity, and we can get in touch with those people who do this particular job. Regarding the procedures and methodologies, certainly the first steps that have been taken in Ukraine were kind of blind steps forward. Well, of course, we establish more gaps and we have certain accomplishments already in place, but it is important that all those procedures are updated and upgraded to make sure they work more effectively than before. That's why, yes, indeed, there is a lot of work to do in the future. Thank you. And there's one more very brief question. Yes. You mentioned 30,000 hectares of primary forest, but the scientists said 12. So where is the genuine truth, and how many hectares do we have in Ukraine? That's a very interesting question. Given the Carpathian Convention turned with updated information, and they were forwarded to scholars who have not yet answered, but provided some of their insights. The problem actually is that nobody wants to be accountable at the level of the state and have a clear understanding of how many primary forests we do have. Because those ecosystems are not very actively generating wealth, nobody wants to monitor them or identify them, honestly saying. This is why, of course, we wanted to have a clear, coordinated cooperation to actually make this data more relevant to today's reality. Thank you. Yeah, the figures are so different. We would like to thank Hanna for answering our questions, and thank you very much for your presentation. Many thanks to your questions as well, dear colleagues, because indeed there is a difficulty with identifying primary forests. If we compare the Ukrainian practices with the European best practice for biodiversity, and you can find there are different interpretations of that. There is no single approach to the primary forest. There are different approaches in interpreting those. Depending on the methodology that we're going to use, we have so many different hectares of primary forests indicated. Okay, let us keep going. Let us move forward. This is our last speaker today. And I would like to actually invite not only the speaker, but also one of the organizers of the forum, Pavlo Kravets, the national representative of FSC Ukraine. And they're going to talk about the tools of voluntary initiatives to prevent the degradation of forests and deforestation. Please, Pavlo. Thank you so much, Yaroslav. Dear colleagues, I have a very responsible mission today. And it's a challenging one as well, because this is our last presentation for the day. And I would say this is a busy forum, isn't it? Maybe somewhere it's exhaustive. But I think it's going to be quite challenging for me to tell you a bit about technical things that are quite complicated. But I would encourage you to actually put yourself together and let's dive into this professional topic that we all want to discuss. Because myself, Evgeny, and Oksana have been working on this for about 20 years now. And this is a question that has to do with FSC certification. This is an organization that I have an honor to represent. And at the same time, I have to emphasize that similarly, I'm also a scholar of the Ukrainian Research and Development Institution for Forest Resources and Agriculture. So let us keep going. Let us move into the journey and speak about things regarding what kind of voluntary tools are there to be offered to prevent forest degradation and deforestation.
Recording in progress.
Дякую. Отже, презентація
So,
складатиметься.
my presentation is going to contain several slides. First of all, there's need to explain the opinion of the organization I represent about EUDR. Then briefly, I'm going to tell you a bit about the available best practices in facts and figures, how FSC evolved in Ukraine. We're going to talk about the experience of integrating EUDR and EUTR into our certification system. Also, the solutions provided by FSC to contribute to EUDR implementation. And last but not least, it is going to be dedicated to partnerships around EUDR as a catalyst for Ukraine's forestry sector European integration. So let us move on.
Якщо говорити позицію FSC щодо EUDR,
when speaking about FSC Ukraine regarding EUDR, I have to stress that fighting deforestation and forest degradation in Europe and in the whole world remains to be in focus of the FSC's attention. And this is an integral part of certification. Secondly, being a reliable ally in overcoming global challenges, FSC has and will continue to take part in different consultations, starting from the development and also implementation of EUDR. Reinforcing our own framework based on innovative tools and technology, FSC contributes to bringing compliance of EUDR and other Ukrainian forest-related legislation in Ukraine and in the whole world. It is important to emphasize FSC has targeted support mechanisms to companies in their practical aspiration to implement new innovative tools and technology designed to contribute to performing EUDR objectives for legality, and efficiency. FSC remains to be a reliable partner for those responsible businesses that are willing to abide by the EU regulations. The majority of you might know this, maybe not, but you can see the first page of this document. And there is also reference to the original copy of that document. And like we said, a short quote from it about what is the linkage between EUDR and certification mechanisms. So this reference, this quote, I'm going to quote it. To assess all the risks, one can use certification or any other verification schemes by third parties. However, they should not subdue any kind of accountability for establishing proper information. Like it was emphasized in the presentation of the European Commission representative, the certification schemes are an important part, but they're not, like we said, and they are important to be able to export those products into the EU markets. Therefore, certification mechanisms can be used to contribute to this process. Regarding FSC, with more than 20 years of experience working in Ukraine, we have done substantial contribution that we can, of course, be proud of. Here is the certified forest areas where we can see both progress and regress, but I'm sure this is still a very considerable achievement, and the fact that must be clearly understood. Despite all the challenges of today, and despite the challenges that are related with the war of aggression, we can see that the areas reached almost 4.8 million hectares of forests, which is probably the biggest progress indicator of all the years of Ukraine's independence. We're talking about something very serious job done by certificate holders, but also other stakeholders and certified entities. Similarly, you can see how many certified companies there are. Well, unfortunately, we have substantial drop in 2022 that was related, of course, to clear reasons of war, and gradual recovery of this progress makes us hope that the growth will be there and it will continue. So therefore, we have quite serious experience and best practices available. And in this slide, I'd like to draw your attention to the work that has been done to bring in compliance to bring our legislation in compliance with EUDR and EUTR in terms of certification. I'd like to draw your attention to the national certification standard that FSC incorporated for forest management entities passed in 2019. And the emphasis I wanted to make is that the first principle of the standard is compliance with current legislation. And again, if we come back to the scope of EUDR and EUDR, then in its core, and this was already mentioned several times, we're talking about complying with current legislation. This is where everything starts. We need to properly manage our forests. That's the basic requirement. Number two, and today we also recalled that one as well, this is the National Risk Assessment Mechanism for Controlled Timber. And separately, like we said, there is a standard. So the National Risk Assessment Mechanism for Controlled Timber is presently a very serious basis to comply with EUTR requirements. And right now there is work underway to actually adapt this national risk assessment mechanism to the requirements of EUDR. It was also mentioned here today that there are controlled timber standards, and the scope, if you take a look at it, it is in fact saying consistently about those components that envisage building a due diligence system in terms of data collection, risk assessment practices, and last but not least component is mitigating risks. This is, again, the standard that is applicable, and for today, it remains to be valid so far. So that's the way we have to emphasize that the practical experience of applying those basic elements that have to do with EUTR and EUDR has reinforced FSC framework in its practical innovative solutions and helps incorporate the new European legislation into our legislative practice. In other words, we have strong best practice that allows us to talk about implementing EUDR in Ukraine successfully enough.
Якщо говорити про інноваційні технічні...
Let us talk about innovative and state-of-the-art solutions that were partly mentioned today as one of the tools to overcome difficulties underlined by companies in the EU, like traceability challenges, database management, etc. It is worth mentioning and stressing that FSC has designed a standalone ICT solution. This is called FSC blockchain. And I have to stress that FSC Ukraine, with the support of the State Forestry Agency, were the first ones to have tested FSC blockchain technology. The experience acquired in the testing will be used in fostering innovative solutions. And actually, this is something I wanted to underline here. Presently, we're talking about open access to this platform, where one can find whatever FSC blockchain solutions are there. But please be mindful that there is a recorded webinar from February 29. And speaking about our certificate holders, then every month we have webinars for certificate holders to tell a better story about how those solutions work and how actually we make sure information is retained and shared about transactions between the supply chain or chains of custody actors, starting from business and ending all the way with government agencies and civil society. The other solutions that have to do with FSC's achievements. This is about EUDR implementation. I'd like to emphasize here that we're talking about the new criteria and indicators that are focused on preventing deforestation and forest degradation. 6.9 and 6.11 criteria have been amended, and they have to do with prevention mechanisms to avoid deforestation and degradation. Those requirements have come into force starting from the 1st of July last year, and they're mandatory for application in the course of certification assessments since last year. More detailed information about this can be found on this slide. But actually, again, we were saying that we have other solutions as well, not just this. I beg your pardon.
Так, є інші рішення.
There are other FSC solutions as well that were primarily focused on implementing EUDR. It is called FSC alignment. And what you can find here is exactly the illustration of how FSC alignment contributes to this work. It consists of 3 parts. The first part is revision of the risk assessment, FSC risk assessment mechanism, with the improved risk assessment framework implemented to actually help certified operators manage their risks. So the national risk assessment mechanism will be revisited. It's going to be a standalone one-stop system, and all the operators globally will be able to use it as a one-stop solution for Ukraine. It's going to facilitate our work greatly and will coordinate all the different approaches from many operators out there, including the EU member states. The second part is additional requirements to comply with EUDR requirements. We're talking about the regulatory module that actually contains additional requirements that help companies comply with those EUDR requirements to prevent deforestation, degradation, and legality concerns, to address regulatory concerns. The third part that was already mentioned in the previous slide, this is the use of FSC blockchain to raise traceability across the chains of custody. This solution will help companies keep track of their supply chain operations by filling all the traceability requirements. And there can be due diligence requests submitted to the respective stakeholders. Regardless of the size and scope of the company, can take part in this testing exercise for those decisions. So I would encourage all the present people here, both online and offline, companies and other actors to engage in testing and We therefore are going to be able to use those solutions. And now the last slide, I think it's like a slogan for not only my presentation, but it's a slogan for today's event completely. I think the partnership that we've managed to build with the international organizations like FAO and other actors in Ukraine, this is exactly the test of our readiness to move forward towards our European integration. To what extent the joint effort that we're trying to engage today will be a success story, and how much we successfully pass this test and demonstrate that Ukraine, despite all the challenges, all those extreme situations that we have to face on a daily basis, can still prove that the produce that we manufacture here, that have the origin in the Ukraine's forests, is in line with all the legislative and regulatory requirement and does not contribute to degradation. We're going to prove this, and this way we're going to show how much important the job that we do is. And this is our important European integration development path. Let us also remind the meeting that has recently taken place within the framework of an important united agenda for Ukraine. We're talking about 400 documents that have to do with nature and environmental protection. And in this case, we in particular talk only about one. So it is through partnerships that we are going to implement everything in a successful way. Our team stands ready to be engaged and contribute to integration platforms and implement EUDR properly. This participatory approach from business, government, and other stakeholders is key to reinforce Ukraine's capacity in implementing EUDR. Number two, innovative solutions that are now being suggested by FSC for forestry, business, and industry can be the role model for both certified and non-certified companies as part of their commitments to confirm the origins of their produce in accordance with EUDR requirements. Given the experience of the global FSC partnership network, improvement of forestry management in view of EUDR performance can be one of the most important FSC's steps to reinforce Ukraine's capacity in terms of forest management. The mechanism that is currently in place, we're talking about the public councils at the ministry and the agency. We are working on the key aspects of abiding by the rules and requirements of the EU. And last but not least, the different awareness raising and communication campaigns by FSC for the certified stakeholders and other actors in our forest management practice are considered as our investment into the development of the future of forests and contributes to its competitiveness. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so much, Pavlo. Indeed, you've done so many good conclusions for FSC, but I think they are perfect for today's first forum that we're having. I was just thinking how to wrap up, but I understand probably 2/3 of the things you mentioned that I wanted to say. Well, while we're not yet closing anything, there is a time to ask questions to Pavlo. Are there anyone willing to ask a question from those online or offline participants? Yes, please go ahead. But look, I can see, Pavlo, you have done so many conclusions, and it sounds like we're closing the deal. No, it's a question. It's not the fact that we're closing just the meeting. We have to continue our work together. That's the fact. You see, the microphone decided that we have to close now. Let's try a different one. Yeah, the battery is low, but we still continue to go. Thank you very much for your question. Actually, with this activity, we start the number of series of other activities that will be focused on very clear segment of business. So wait for our new notifications regarding the next upcoming events. And I have to remind you that we have a separate page on our website. It is dedicated to EUDR. We have references to webinars that have already been done. And actually in March, we had consultations. We're going to have consultations on FSC's solutions, specifically with regards to the national risk assessment mechanism and also the regulatory part. So in the nearest future, we're going to be working closely with the businesses. So are we're going to do with our partners, along with the other events that we have on our pipeline. I'm from Legalis. If I can ask you a question. Well, today it was already mentioned, maybe indirectly, but I still wanted to ask this one. Why is not only FSC, but any other certification mechanism, let's say, if it verifies that a forest farm abides by all the rules and requirements, so there's no deforestation going on, everything is following the rules, and if we track the entire chain of custody, so why then the system cannot replace the requirement of the EU for EUDR, in case this is properly certified? So it actually looks like the entire certification mechanism had to supplement it and not replace it. So how do we avoid those overlaps and applications? I think this is a great question that should have been asked to the European Commission representative, because I wanted to remind you that the FSC certification exists for 30 years now. So our organizations fostered those international principles and criteria. EUDR and EUTR appeared a bit later. There used to be a bottleneck that actually took place in the European Union. In the European Commission representative's intervention, he said that we want to make sure that EUDR solutions have to be coordinated with the United States and other countries. We are still speaking about alignment that is envisaged between different countries in the entire world. It has to be there. But the system was started. And this is a suggestion for universal solutions for the entire world. I think we need to take a step forward towards the EU, and we suggest those voluntary solutions that can cover the whole rest of the world. The more the European Commission is going to be made aware of what's going on and what the solutions are suggested by ourselves and how they are implemented, I think the better they will, the easier it's going to be for all of us. But now we have to face what we have today. Any more questions, please, ladies and gentlemen? I can see none. Then we want to thank you, Pablo. Thank you so much. We're getting close to the closing remarks, and here is my suggestion. I will first of all make a general closing remark with general conclusions of our today's meeting and prospects for our future engagements. And maybe then we're going to give the floor to some of the speakers or other participants. We're going to give priority to the speakers first of all, and then we're going to give everybody willing to speak up 1 minute to express what they think about EUDR implementation. Is this an opportunity or a major threat? So with the panel discussion, we started with talking about threats and challenges. And then we discussed technicalities. Of course, there are so many challenges that Ukraine has to face, starting from the war and ending with a huge budgetary gap that is assessed at 1.3 trillion Ukrainian hryvnia, according to the Ministry of Finance's data. We understand that hardly we can make this gap smaller by the end of this year. It's going to increase, according to the forecasts, even more. Thirdly, there is need to implement sustainable practices and European integration mechanisms because Ukraine aspires for the EU membership. Sometimes those commitments are difficult to implement. However, on the other hand, we understand that EUDR is an opportunity at the same time, an opportunity for businesses to have access to continuous with operations in the EU market that no other market can compare with. Again, what about the sustainable forest management practices? With a focus not only on the current needs, but also thinking about the long run, about thinking about new generations, to exist in harmony with Mother Nature, like we said. Also, this is an opportunity for government agencies as well to realize this push. This is a huge challenge to align our legislation and have those provisions properly implemented in the Ukraine's regulatory and legislative frameworks. Of course, there are risks and opportunities that EUDR creates in Ukraine. So in view of general conclusions that we wanted to make, the EUDR itself is a challenge, of course. And this is a challenge because there is no single one-stop approach to interpreting so many different mechanisms. Like our colleagues from FAO mentioned today, they made an emphasis that EUDR accepted the FAO terminology in the first stance. This is, of course, great, and this is a way to bridge the gaps. We are trying to actually collect so many different stakeholders and so many different stakeholder groups to be able to find a consolidated solution. But whenever we're talking about EUDR, this is, of course, a challenging process. So it's not a consensus-based decision, but a compromise solution, I would say, where all the parties agree that this is probably the best option to pursue to be able to resolve all those global challenges in terms of economy, legislative improvement, certification, or preserving our environment, etc. One of the narratives that can be emphasized today, we were talking about certification, but certification is not a magic bullet that is going to help virtually resolve all the issues. At least it is going to actually bring us closer to complying with the EUDR requirements. We're also alluding to opportunities. A lot has been said about the accomplishments by the Ukrainian side and monitoring of the cuts in utilization. This is the tool that has to be there. And it's been emphasized on multiple occasions. Well, again, the key thing is to keep all the stakeholders engaged and keep everybody on the same page. This event is just the first step. Hopefully, between this event and the second one, we're going to have working groups in place where we will be able to conclude about what we're supposed to do and keep doing to actually implement EUDR properly in Ukraine. Our colleagues from FSC Ukraine have said that it's possible that it is going to be postponed, but in case it gets postponed, it's not going to be a solution to a problem. It may be postponed in time, but sooner or later, EUDR will get enforced in Ukraine. We're going to get prepared. We have to get ready for it and not waste any more time. I'd like to give the floor to everybody willing to speak up. There's something wrong with the microphone. Is there any other microphone in here? This one works, actually. Yep. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the given floor. I'm Sergei Ziptsev from the National Bioresources and Nature Use Institute. I'm the manager of the Regional Eastern European Monitoring Center. It's been a week now that I represent the advisory committee at FSC certification in Ukraine. These are 9 members, and I'm the chairperson of the committee. And also, Dmitro is one of our members as well. From this standpoint, I'd like to say that indeed, today's meeting is an extremely important step towards efficient forest management in Ukraine. And we can see some of the organizations here that move forward to this direction. This is FAO, first of all. They endorse their own strategy, and they focus very much on supporting forest management bodies, but not only. I mean, they support all the stakeholders that enjoy this benefit of using the forest resources. This is processors, these are other manufacturing companies. We as FSC would like to deliver our values to our stakeholders. That's an important agenda item for ourselves. Maybe it wasn't mentioned here today, but we would like to get the role model on which we can focus and say that the most efficient forestry sector, as far as I know, works in Finland or Sweden. They have a fully coordinated forest management framework in the best interest of a great number of various stakeholders. And today we have considered a broad range of different issues like biodiversity and its protection. We were talking about ecosystems, and we were talking about markets and furniture manufacturing. This shows once again how complex this market is, and very few people tend to speak about this today in Ukraine because we have this institutional resource management system, and so the institutional system manages land. However, forestry is an interagency sector. Wood processing, actually, and other manufacturing agendas are pushed forward by private companies. I do not even know which ministry they belong to specifically. Actually, today we do have government representatives that talk to thousands or more furniture manufacturers, like smaller and medium-sized businesses. Oh, well, first, I'm sorry, I said there is, but there is no representative from the government agency today, unfortunately. So we deal with handling those problems. Soon we're going to have a conference on these matters. We believe for this forestry sector to keep working as effectively as possible, there are now positive cases in the forestry sector where there is harmony between forest harvesting and forest recovery, manufacturing and sales. At the same time, ecosystems continue to exist and function properly. But very few people mention this today, that there is climate change. And even WWF didn't speak about climate change so much. I think in 2010, we entered this climate change era. In 2014 and 15, we had big drought and wildfires happened in 15, even greater fires we witnessed in 2020. And all this forestry sector can be destroyed by unexpected climate change aftermath. Well, unfortunately, we never discussed this issue properly enough today. This is, of course, a question more or less to WWF, but we're ready on our side to support all these, this entire agenda for the future. Thank you. Yeah, let's give the floor to the colleague of yours. I have to mention that the first speaker was from the European Union, from the European institution. He actually mentioned the overall climate change trend. So we were making just an emphasis on something else. But it was mentioned certainly as one of the framework issues, because this is a pressure that is posed on the forestry sector as well. I'm from FSC Ukraine. Thanks very much to the organizers for this extremely busy and really relevant event today. I have to say that PFC and we as representatives in Ukraine will take active part in all the subsequent events and we want to join to this agenda as well. Just in a nutshell about what PFC has been doing. PFC International has been taking care of the risks and opportunities posed by EUDR, and we have done so many steps forward. There is already a roadmap that is clearly designed and developed to get full compliance with EUDR principles and requirements. This can be used as the basis. I mean, this policy, if we have certified companies following one or another systems, then in DDS of that organization that is the operator can be encrypted, that we in our DDS are fully compliant with this certification system, and we are ready to actually be committed to follow all the rules. Hopefully this is going to be possible and this is going to work. What are the specific PFC responsibilities? In our standards, we refer to the entire file terminology. Forest management standards, each and every country has their own national standard, but there is a general policy adopted that all the forest management standards are going to be cross-cutting. Those will be cross-cutting standards that will satisfy all the needs currently. With regards to the supply chain standards, there's going to be an option, but it's going to be not something extra. One will be able to select, okay, there is a PFC standard or PFC UDR. All these standards right now are under discussion. You can go to the PFC International website and find out more information and give your own proposals and recommendations. All in all, approximation is going on very rapidly. So hopefully Ukraine as well is going to take those steps very actively and not be lagging behind. So we are very supportive of those initiatives. I want to thank you very much. Not to take too much of your time, I think there are more people willing to speak up. Yes, please. Thank you so much. I can see the raised hand. Let me give you the mic first. Thank you, dear colleagues. I'm from the Forest Initiative for Society, NGO, that's ForestCom. We've been collaborating closely with FSC in the area of implementing EUTR and now EUDR in a broader context, because we are taking care of responsible businesses that are using in their chains of custody only legitimately sourced timber. And we've been working for about 3 years now in this regard. Regarding EUTR, we have provided more than 50 consultations to Ukrainian businesses in order how to ensure compliance with all those requirements. And what has to do with the implementation mechanism, I mean, the implementation framework, as it was mentioned by our European colleagues today, of course, we're going to be facing certain challenges on the way. So we are ready to provide even more consultations and give support and advice to the business, to the responsible business primarily, on how to actually work with this and how to make money in the best, probably the best market in the world, which is the EU market. With regards to today's activity, I'd like to thank our organizers. That's an important one indeed. Not just interesting, but it is extremely important as well. Until now, I honestly haven't seen any kind of serious events or platforms like this one where this topic could be discussed properly. And the topic itself is absolutely crucial, especially for responsible businesses, because from the new year, the conditions will radically change, and they'll be the trendsetters for the opportunity to be there in the EU market and have access to it. This is with regards to the EUDR implementation, not just talking about it, but walking the talk prior to sending your products to the EU market. Because all the products will have to be going through the third-party audit, and then the risks have to be assumed that this produce in that particular batch bears no risks, or those risks are shrunk to minimum. Of course, all those available informations and elements like geolocation, geographical coordinates, with a full list of documents for the batch, with all the subsequent and additional available certificates of an independent certifying body that will verify responsible treatment of foresters in their work. We're primarily talking about FSC. This is going to be extremely, extremely helpful because EUTR and EUDR, this is not only about chain of custody mechanisms, but this is also compliance with legislation in the broadest context possible. This incorporates social and other aspects of the law. So we want to thank the organizers once again, and hopefully we're going to collaborate fruitfully in the future after this one. In closing, I'd like to actually give the floor to our organizers. Vasil, you have the floor. Over to you, please. Dear colleagues, I want to thank you very much. I might be repetitive of what Pavlo has said. We as Ukraine have been facing very serious challenges these days. The war and trade restrictions. EUDR is one of the ways of non-tariff restrictions. They pose new challenges to ourselves. We as the nation, as the country, have to find understanding with one another. We need to get rid of those competitive ambition, and think as partners, not as enemies. Every one of us has his or her own ambition. We have our goals. Sometimes they're different. They contradict to each other. But we need to put those efforts together to reach this ultimate goal. With a joint effort, we want to build a platform where everybody is going to be heard and everybody will be able to express him or herself. And together we shall provide solutions. And we feel the need from government. The government is ready to listen to the society, and the society is ready to jump in and work together. We do have this chance, and in this particular setting, FAO as an international organization can contribute to this immensely. We not only contribute, we're not creating any barriers or obstacles. We're not creating EUDRs or any certification requirements. We just want to help Ukraine. Every organization that has this understanding will be very much appreciated, and we're ready to collaborate. Thank you very much. Pablo? Yes, thank you very much, Yaroslav. It is extremely pleasant for me to be among this respected circle of partners. On behalf of the organizers, I'd like to thank you for your attention. Thank you for being with us in this audience right now. If you are here, that means you share the same values that put ourselves together. All the organizations wanted to initiate this event. I have to mention that our organization goes beyond simple organization of international standing and international certification. We're not talking about hackers. We're talking about being united around the values that will help us preserve nature and reinforce the best forest management practices. And then we're going to come up with non-exhaustive and consistent and sustainable use of forest resources for the benefit of the future generations. We're building this platform together, and I'm sure this platform is going to be a real strong foundation to implement not only the EUDR, but also European integration for Ukraine. We are partners, we're united together. And I would like to thank Vasil, first of all, Yaroslav and his team, and of course those who are here in this room and those who are online. Just the last, closing remark from WWF. The main thing was mentioned. I really loved when the colleague of ours spoke and he told about this platform to find a compromise. And actually, he talked about accountability. I want to tell you even more. EUDR is not only about accountability, but this is also about trust. This is about trust between public and private sector, government agencies, and business actors. However much we describe this in our legislation, however positive the implementation frameworks are, this is all going to be not possible without proper cooperation and trust to each other. That's the only way to go, and that's the advantage of taking the benefits from the positive outcomes from EUDR implementation. I want to thank you very much. This is probably the end of the official part of our activity. I'm sure our organizers will set more meetings for ourselves like this. Over time, the organizers will share more information about the further steps. I saw that many people during today's event have been taking pictures of those slides. I think the organizers will share all the presentations and materials because we understand that the picture quality is not always acceptable. So maybe you might miss some of the details. So we're going to share this information with you. Have a great day. Have a great rest of the day. And please take care and stay safe.